Chapter 3782. Seeing how Ling Xiao easily subdued the two divine swords, the ancient emperor of Dongsheng was dumbfounded. In order to subdue these two divine swords, he had spent countless years of effort. Even then, he still failed to subdue them. The two divine swords had never been willing to be used by him, but today, Ling Xiao had easily subdued the two divine swords. He couldn't help but lament, but he was also very happy. I finally have a successor. The ancient emperor of Dongsheng smiled. Finally, he smiled with satisfaction. Ling Xiao, I have one last gift for you. Come here. The ancient emperor of Dongsheng waved his hand, signaling Ling Xiao to come to his side. After that, he took out his divine pill. This is for you. It contains everything I've learned in my life, although it can't greatly increase your strength in a short period of time. But it can help you break through to the next realm. It contains all my understanding of the divine core realm and all the martial skills I've learned, including the Blood Devil Seal and the 9 Heavens of Slaughter. I know you've given those 2 martial skills to someone else, but it doesn't matter. With my divine pill, you can still learn them, and it'll be easier for you. If you want to learn them, all you need to do is to think about it, and my image will appear. With this, I can accompany you for a period of time, until you break through to the 9th level divine core realm. This divine pill will become yours. Then I'll have completed my mission, and I can disappear. While saying these words, the ancient emperor of Dongsheng didn't feel sad. On the contrary, he was very calm, and he was very satisfied. There was even a satisfied smile hanging on his face. Is there no other way to save you? It was only now that Ling Xiao truly felt respect and admiration for the ancient Dongsheng emperor. Although he was grateful before, his feelings weren't as strong as now. Right now, he really wanted to save the ancient emperor of Dongsheng. No, the ancient emperor of Dongsheng shook his head and said, even if there's no need for it. I can't be greedy, and I'm willing to accept you as my disciple before I disappear completely. I, the ancient emperor of Dongsheng, have no regrets in my life. All right, don't think too much about it. Accept my divine pill. As he spoke, he urged his true essence and injected his Niden into Ling Xiao's body. You actually have another divine pill in your body. It was actually her. It was actually her inner core. Is this the will of heaven? The ancient Dongsheng emperor revealed an even more gratified smile, even ecstatic. I obtained this divine pill in a secret realm. It's the final reward. Ling Xiao said, it is the divine pill that my empress possesses. The Dongsheng ancient emperor lamented, in the past, the empress brought up the rear for me and was killed in the end. For the past 10,000 years, the reason why I wanted to take in a disciple was because I wanted to entrust my disciple to search for her remains. I wish we could be buried together. However, there was no need for that now. The Empress's inner core and my inner core are both in your body. From now on, we can be together every day. It seems like it wasn't a coincidence that I was able to meet the ancient emperor. Ling Xiao felt that fate in this world was really wonderful. Yes. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have set up such a test. Even my empress thinks that you are qualified. How could I not agree? The ancient emperor smiled, and the speed at which his soul realm was collapsing became even faster. Go. Your physical body is outside. Once you get out, you can return to your body. There should be the Blood Sword Supreme's inner core there. You can deal with it yourself. However, since you already have 2 divine pills, there's no point in asking for the heaven pill. I suggest you give it to someone else. Give it to someone who can help you and make her stronger. After saying that, the ancient emperor waved his hand. Ling Xiao felt dizzy. After a while, he appeared near the throne. His soul returned to his body. there was a box there. The box contained the Blood Sword Supreme's inner core. I'll listen to the ancient emperor and give it to Zi Qianye. Not only is she the person I trust the most in the Dongsheng Strong country, but she is also the person who is most likely to help me unify the Dongsheng Strong country. He thought for a while. He put away the Naiden. Then, he gently touched the Dongsheng Emperor ring. He was already outside the burial ground. This was the ancient emperor's territory. The Blood Sword Supreme was just a latecomer. The ancient emperor knew better than the Blood Sword Supreme how to get out. Zi Qianye and Zi Long had been waiting outside the burial ground for 20 days. On the 10th day, Taiyuan Grandmaster had already left. After all, he still had Taiyuan Mountain to take care of. He couldn't keep waiting here. It was already good enough that he could wait for 10 days. On the 15th day, Yang Shui received a secret letter and had to leave. Something had happened in the Golden Heavenly Nation, and she had to leave as soon as possible. On the 18th day, even the Zi Mansion army that was in charge of monitoring Zi Qianye and Zi Long left one after another. During these 18 days, there was no news of Ling Xiao. Everyone thought that he was dead. On the 20th day, even Zi Qianye and Zi Long felt that there was no hope. They weren't afraid of continuing to wait. However, waiting like this might become meaningless. Despair that they had never felt before arose in their hearts. Although he was very confident in Ling Xiao, this confidence gradually disappeared with the passage of time. Sister, I'm afraid that Brother Ling Xiao is already, as a man. Zi Long's eyes were swollen from crying. In this world, Ling Xiao was the person who treated him the best and helped him the most besides his sister. He was the person who helped him the most. Ling Xiao was already dead before he could even repay his debt of gratitude. Zi Qianye removed her disguise in front of her brother. She cried until the sky turned dark. She had never truly liked anyone, not even that Taoist. She only felt that he was handsome, mysterious, and had a kind of attractive charm. It wasn't love. When it came to Ling Xiao, she had really fallen for him. She didn't know before she lost him. However, when she really lost him, she felt like her heart was being cut by a knife. All of this is because of the Yu clan. I, Zi Qianye, swear that if Ling Xiao is really dead, I will kill him. I will destroy the Yu clan in my life. Zi Qianye had never had such a terrifying killing intent. Not only did the Yu clan assassinate her brother, but they also caused the life and death of the man she loved the most. No matter how good her temper was, she was going to turn into a demon. In fact, they all felt that they were lying to themselves. Ling Xiao's opponent was the Blood Sword Reverend. He was a terrifying existence that had been famous for thousands of years. How could Ling Xiao be his opponent? In fact, if they waited for 10 days, they would know that Ling Xiao was already dead. The reason why they continued to wait was because of a promise. Zi Qianye said that if Ling Xiao didn't come back, she would wait for the rest of her life until the end of time, until she died. Xiaolong, you should go. Elder sister will wait here alone. Ling Xiao is the man that I love the most in my life. Although I know that I won't be able to reap any benefits from this love, my love for him will never change. Chapter 3783. Perhaps because she thought that Ling Xiao was dead, Zi Qianye became more direct. She dared to say many things that she didn't dare to say in the past. Zi Long looked at his sister quietly and said, Sister, don't forget, Ling Xiao is also my only brother. If you don't leave, I won't leave either. Anyway, I can cultivate here. We've only waited for 20 days. So what if it's 20 years? I'll continue to wait. All right then, we'll wait together. The two of them looked at each other with determined expressions. Although the conditions in the Xiling underworld were tough, It was nothing to them. If they wanted to, they could wait here until they died. There's no need for 20 years. I can't bear to see you waste your youth here. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Zi Qianye and Zi Long trembled violently. That voice was too familiar. It was so familiar that they had been talking about it day and night. They thought that it would never appear again, but at this moment, it was echoing in their ears. They looked in the direction where the voice came from in shock. There, a person was walking towards them with a smile on his face. He was unscathed from head to toe. Sister, did I miss Brother Ling Xiao too much? I'm actually hallucinating. Zi Long fiercely pinched his own face. He grimaced in pain. It's not a hallucination. Zi Long was shocked. Nonsense. Of course, it's not a hallucination. You don't think I'm dead, do you? Ling Xiao scolded with a smile. He was still quite shocked. He couldn't feel the passage of time in his soul realm. Therefore, he had no idea how much time had passed in the outside world. Fortunately, he came out within a month. Otherwise, his body would have started to rot. It felt good to return to the real world. He reached out and gently touched his dantian. There were 3 inner cores there. One was his, and it was also the weakest one. The other 2 belonged to the ancient Dong Sheng Emperor and his wife. They were all powerful divine cores of the extreme core state. He could feel the aura of the ancient Dong Sheng Emperor being released from the inner core. It was very intimate. It was a pity that the ancient Dong Sheng Emperor's inner core had been lost for too long. There wasn't even a trace of soul aura left. All that was left was powerful energy. However, the ancient Dong Sheng Emperor did not seem to care about this. He was already very satisfied to be able to accompany his Empress's divine pill. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have died long ago. He was grateful to the 2 seniors in his heart. There was no sadness, only determination. In order to not let these 2 people die in vain, he had to make the best use of their divine pills. He could not afford to waste it. Brother Ling Xiao. When Zi Long confirmed that he was not hallucinating, he immediately pounced over. He hugged Ling Xiao tightly. If it weren't for Ling Xiao's strong physical body, he would have been sent flying. Me. I thought you were dead. How could I die so easily? I haven't lived long enough. Ling Xiao gently patted Zi Long's back and comforted him with a smile. But we've waited for 20 days. If you still didn't come out, we'd really be in despair. Zi Long cried, so hard that his tears drenched Ling Xiao's clothes. Good brothers, thank you. Thank you for being willing to wait for me. Ling Xiao was also very touched. He did not know whether he was alive or dead, but there were people who were willing to wait for him. What could make him happier than this? Sister, Brother Ling Xiao is still alive. As if suddenly realizing something, Zi Long let go of Ling Xiao and held Zi Qianye's hand and said, if you have something to say it to Brother Ling Xiao face to face. Zi Qianye's face turned red, but she quickly returned to normal. Although her eyes were still a little red and swollen, it was obvious that she had cried. She looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile, welcome back. There was only concern and joy in her eyes. She did not want to make things difficult for Ling Xiao, so she hid her feelings in the bottom of her heart. Thank you, Sister Qianye. I'm back. I'm back alive. Ling Xiao said excitedly. When he came out, he only heard Zi Long's last sentence. He did not hear what Zi Qianye said before, so he did not know what Zi Qianye was thinking. Zi Long was the only one who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. But he also knew that things like feelings could only be solved slowly by the 2 parties involved. He wanted to help, but he probably could not. He might even make things worse. You don't seem to be very flexible. Zi Qianye asked. Yes, I've been away from my body for 20 days. I feel a little strange. Ling Xiao said with a wry smile. Although he was not injured, this feeling was still very uncomfortable. I knew it would be like this, so I asked someone to send you this. After you take it, you should be fine. Zi Qianya smiled and took out an elixir. This is the body-seizing elixir. Ling Xiao looked at the elixir. As an alchemist, it was impossible for him not to recognize it. The body-seizing elixir was used by a soul to remove the uncomfortable feeling after seizing another person's body. This elixir was very precious. It could even take care of a divine core warrior's body. A single elixir was worth at least 10 million upper-rank soul stones. Perhaps Zi Qianya only had one elixir. Ling Xiao did not expect Zi Qianya to take it out and give it to him. Now that Ling Xiao was using it, it was suitable for him. He had never concocted this type of elixir before. With a smile on his face, he took the body-seizing elixir and swallowed it. After that, he closed his eyes. A moment later, he could feel the familiar taste returning. It was as if his soul had never left his body. It had perfectly merged with his body. I also have a gift for you, Sister Qianya. With a smile on his face, Ling Xiao took out a small box. This box contains the Blood Sword Reverend's inner core. Since his soul has been destroyed, it is now an ownerless item. You just need to absorb the energy within it, and your cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. He handed the box over to Zi Qianya. Zi Qianya quickly declined. This is too precious. This is too precious. I don't dare accept it. If you refuse, it means you don't treat me as your brother. Don't worry, I have something better than this. He took out the ancient Dongsheng divine core and showed it to Zi Qianya. Once again, Zi Qianya was dumbfounded. Not only did you kill the Blood Sword Reverend, you even killed the ancient Dongsheng Emperor? This was simply too unbelievable. It felt like a dream. It's not that exaggerated. The ancient Dongsheng Emperor gave me everything he had willingly. That's because I passed his test and became his successor. As for the Blood Sword Reverend, he was killed by me, but the situation is a little special. Ling Xiao felt it was too troublesome to explain, so he decided not to do so. All in all, what I'm about to do next is the most troublesome part. I've obtained the Blood Sovereign Sword, but it's actually called the Dongsheng Heavenly Sword. The reason why the Blood Sword Reverend was hunted down by the Emperor of the Dongsheng Strong Country was because of this. Chapter 3784. The Yu clan must have spread the news of me obtaining the East Victory Sky Sword. By then, the East Victory Strong Country will not let me off. I'm afraid I have to leave for a while. Ling Xiao had already made up his mind. With his current strength, he would only be a burden to Zi Qianya if he stayed. It was better for him to leave for a while. It would not be too late to return after he became stronger. Hearing this, Zi Qianya and Zi Long also realized the seriousness of the situation. Compared to other things, the East Victory Sky Sword was too eye-catching. However, they did not know that the East Victory Emperor ring in Ling Zhao's hand was what the East Victory Strong Country's royal family wanted the most. Ling Xiao did not say anything. This was better for Zi Qianya and Zi Long otherwise. If others used the method of searching their memories to interrogate them, they would definitely leak the information. This was why Ling Xiao was unwilling to tell others about his sky tyrant martial soul. Even if they were the closest to him, even if they would not betray him, they could still be controlled by others. You said you want to leave? But where exactly are you going? Don't forget that the East Victory Strong Country is huge. It has 300 countries under its rule. Just the Purple Kingdom alone has 30,000 small countries and 1 million main cities. With your strength, if you are targeted by the East Victory Strong Country's royal family, it will be too difficult for you to leave. Moreover, if you want to leave the East Victory Strong country, you can only go through the teleportation formation in the East Victory Strong country. The other paths are extremely dangerous. Chinya said worriedly, "Why don't I just leave with you?" Sister Chinya, you must be joking. I know you are worried about me, but don't forget that you have Purple Spirit Country and so many people in the king's residence to take care of. Moreover, I am a smaller target, and it will be easier for me to hide. If I bring the two of you, it will be different. Moreover, there is no need for you to run away. The East Victory Sky Sword is in my hands. Even if the East Victory Strong country's royal family wants to chase, they will chase after me. It has nothing to do with you. Although the Blood, Devil Seal, and 9 Heavens of Massacre are precious, it is not enough for the East Victory Strong country's royal family to target. Ling Xiao said with a heavy heart. Zichenya was not stupid. Ling Xiao was right. The only problem was the Dongsheng Heavenly Sword. Ling Xiao's departure with the Dongsheng Heavenly Sword was equivalent to drawing the trouble away. Otherwise, staying with them would only attract the covetous eyes of experts. I'll return this Blood Sovereign armor to you. Wear it, and you'll become even stronger. Chinya pondered for a moment before replying. She wanted Ling Xiao to escape, not send Ling Xiao to his death. Therefore, the Blood Supremacy armor was very important. I don't need it. Although I may not be as strong as you, don't forget, when it comes to escaping, none of you are my match. It's settled then. His tone became domineering. If they continued to discuss this matter, they were afraid that there would be no result. All right, since you've already made your decision, I won't say anything else. But will we ever meet again? Zichenya asked. Of course. I'm running for my life, not going to die. Once I've mastered the treasures around me, I'll naturally return. Before I return, all of you have to be well. If you really encounter trouble, don't force it. The most important thing is to stay alive. Ling Xiao said, Brother Ling Xiao, but I can't bear to part with you. Zilong said with a long face, You're not a child anymore. You should understand that there's no such thing as an eternal banquet in this world. Sooner or later, we'll be separated. And now, it's just a temporary separation. You have to work hard in the future. Don't always make me and Sister Chinya worry. You're a man. It's time for you to shoulder the burden of protecting Sister Chinya. Ling Xiao said with a smile. I know. Zilong wiped his tears and gritted his teeth. It was time for him to pull himself together. He couldn't always be protected by others. Ling Xiao, I think you'd better wear the Blood Supremacy armor. Chinya still wanted to make Ling Xiao as strong as possible. This way, the chances of him getting into trouble would be lower. I said I'll give it to you. Don't forget, without the Blood Supremacy armor, you're no match for the king of the Z Kingdom. Even Yu Hua might be able to defeat you, although the 9 Heavens of Slaughter and Blood Devil Seal won't make the people of the Dongsheng Great Kingdom jealous. But the warriors of the Z Kingdom will definitely be jealous. If they really want to rob you, you won't be able to do anything without the Blood Supremacy armor. Actually, you don't have to worry. Although I don't have the Blood Supremacy armor, I have the ancient Dongsheng Emperor's divine pill. It's much stronger than the Blood Supremacy armor. Ling Xiao's attitude was firm, and his tone was domineering. Sister Chinya, stop being so wishy-washy. Listen to me, I'm not wrong. I've survived the battle with the Blood Supremacy armor. Why are you still worried about me? But you too, you have to live well. Oh, right, the Purple Sun Pill is suitable for Divine Core warriors, and its quality is much higher than the half-step Divine Core warriors. It can greatly reduce the time you need to break through to the next realm. What you two need now is to break through to the next realm as soon as possible and become stronger. Especially Zilong. He's an early second heavenly divine core warrior. He's too weak. With this, you can save at least a few hundred years of cultivation time. Also, I'll return these two Blood Sun world to you. Once you cultivate the Blood Sun scripture in them, your cultivation speed will be increased by a few times. I don't need them anymore. As for this transformational weapon, I'll turn it into an armor. Zilong, you can wear it. Although it doesn't have any effect on you, its defensive strength might not be any weaker than the Blood Supremacy armor. Ling Xiao had gained a lot from this trip. He gave all the things he didn't need to Zilong and Zi Qianya. He needed both of them to live well. The relationship between the three of them was like siblings, and that was the most important reason. Another reason was that Zi Qianya and Zilong were the key for him to invade the Ziling kingdom, and even the Zi kingdom. Zi Qianya and Zilong understood Ling Xiao's intention. Therefore, they didn't reject the gifts. If you're going to leave the Eastern Victory Kingdom, where do you plan to go? Zi Qianya suddenly asked. Since Ling Xiao had made up his mind, there was no need for her to waste any more time. She just wanted to know where Ling Xiao wanted to go. Perhaps she could find Ling Xiao in the future. My biggest goal is obviously the Eternal Palace. To tell you the truth, the love of my life is there. Because of something, she can't meet me. But I have to find her. Ling Xiao said. The Eternal Palace. Zi Qianya never expected that the woman Ling Xiao couldn't forget was in the Eternal Palace. It was the most terrifying and powerful place in the 4 major domains. I'm not trying to discourage you, but with your current strength, you'll only be courting death if you go to the Eternal Palace. But I can tell you the way. There are 2 ways to go to the Eternal Emperor domain. The first way is to go through the teleportation formation in the Golden Heavenly Nation. The other way is to go to the Eternal Desert. Chapter 3785. I don't recommend the second option. The environment of the Eternal Desert is not only harsh, but the beasts there are also as strong as the experts of the 4 regions. If you go there, you will die within 3 days. So your only way is to use the teleportation formation of the Golden Heavenly Nation. But it is also very difficult to use the teleportation formation. I'll say the same thing again. Go after you've cultivated well. Sharpening your axe won't delay the work of chopping wood. If you die, you will never see your woman again. Zi Qianya reminded, which country is the closest to the Eternal Desert? Ling Xiao asked, the West Sea country. Zi Qianya replied, but if you want to go to the West Sea country, you have to use the teleportation formation of the Dongsheng country. But you should know that you can't go to the Dongsheng country easily. If he was not careful, he might be caught red-handed. And the safest way to go from the Purple Mansion country to the Dongsheng country is through the teleportation formation of the Purple Mansion Royal City. I'm afraid the Purple Mansion Royal City is full of wanted posters for you. It shouldn't be that fast. After all, they all think I'm dead. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, but what you said makes sense. It seems that I have to find a place to hide and cultivate for a while. Let me ask you something. Have you heard where the Dongsheng royal family is staying? Zi Qianya frowned and said, the Dongsheng royal family? As far as I know, after the Gu family stole the throne, they killed many of the Dongsheng royal family. But some of them were still exiled. They should be in the Blood Sun country. You should have been there before. Ask the Taiyuan master, and you should know. But why are you looking for them? I have to do something for them. Ling Xiao did not forget the ancient Dongsheng emperor's instructions, even though the ancient Dongsheng emperor was dead. Even though the ancient emperor was dead, he was greatly indebted to him. I see. If you want to find them, this thing will be useful. Zi Qianye casually took out a map from his storage ring. The map was interesting. It was not made of paper, but a palm-sized piece of metal. This piece of metal has been set up with layers of formations. As long as you inject your soul power into it, it will release the three-dimensional map you need. It can even guide you and find exactly where you want to go. However, it only contains a map of the entire Zifu kingdom. If you leave the Zifu kingdom, it will be useless. Zi Qianye said, "This is good stuff. Thanks a lot." Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony and directly put it away. Next, whether it was to seek refuge or to find the descendants of the Dongsheng ancient emperor, it would be useful. Then, let's part ways here. You too, remember this. Life is more important. If there is really no other way, there is no harm in handing over the slaughtered 9 heavens and the blood devil seal. Ling Xiao reminded him again, as long as you're alive, you'll have a chance to take revenge. You don't have to worry about us. I am the ruler of the little purple spirit kingdom after all. I have seen as much of the world as you. How to do it, I know. You, on the other hand, must be careful. As far as I know, the place where the Dongsheng royal family was exiled is a lawless area. There are many half-demons living there. There is also the frightening 100 Demons bandit group. The 100 Demons bandit group is extremely cruel. Not only did they rob the human merchants, but they also devoured their flesh and drank their blood. Also, there is a bloodthirsty forest in the Blood Sun Kingdom, and there are many frightening bloodthirsty demons living there. One of them is a 6th Divine Core warrior. If you must go through the bloodthirsty forest, remember to avoid them as much as possible. Zi Qianye was still worried about Ling Xiao. After all, the place Ling Xiao was heading to wasn't safe at all. I understand now. The 100 Demons bandit group, bloodthirsty forest. Ling Xiao nodded his head. He believed that the more dangerous the place was, the safer he would be, because there were only a few people going there. It would be much safer. However, the bloodthirsty Demon King, who was a 6th Divine Core warrior, was something Jiang Chun was worried about. It was an existence equivalent to a great general. It wouldn't be easy to deal with it. Ling Xiao. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave, a voice suddenly sounded out. Ling Xiao saw a group of men walking towards him. It was the Purple Palace Army who were patrolling nearby, and they happened to see Ling Xiao. Without any hesitation, they reported this to their superior. Therefore, a group of Divine Core warriors was attracted to this place. The strongest among them were the major generals of the Purple Palace Army. There were a total of 4 major generals here. The reason why they didn't attack right away was because they were afraid of Zi Qianye. After all, Zi Qianye was wearing the Blood Sovereign armor. Even the king of the Purple Palace Army was no match for her, let alone these major generals. Far away, in a secluded place, there were 2 men hiding as well. They were Zilon and Mengyu. Both of them had been gone for a long time. The reason they came back was to see if Zi Qianye was still here. If Zi Qianye decided to stay here for the rest of his life, Zilon would be happy, because there was no longer anyone who could threaten his position as the clan chief. But what they didn't expect was that they would run into Ling Xiao. Both men looked as if they had just seen a ghost. Their expressions were even more exaggerated than Zi Qianye and Zilong's. What's wrong? Is the Purple Palace Army here to welcome me? With a smile on his face, Ling Xiao looked at the Purple Palace Army. Right now, major generals were nothing in his eyes. Although there were more than 200 men in this group, even if Zi Qianye didn't attack, he could still kill all of them by himself. This was his current confidence. You're out. Where's Marshal Bloodsword Supreme? For the Purple Palace Army, Bloodsword Supreme was a legend. A legend. Since Ling Xiao had come out, How could Blood Sword Supreme still be trapped here? They couldn't understand. What do you think? Ling Xiao didn't answer their question. He just looked at them with a smile on his face. This caused all the Purple Palace Army's hearts to tremble. What a joke! Blood Sword Supreme was killed. He actually died in the hands of Ling Xiao. This was impossible. They all knew that the last game was played by Blood Sword Supreme and Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao was still alive, didn't that mean Blood Sword Supreme was dead? Just as they were thinking, it was as if the sky was falling. A terrifying sound came from afar. The burial ground that was originally floating above the ground began to collapse and shatter. Finally, it completely sank into the depths of the ground. There was a huge hole there. It was so deep that one couldn't see the end of it. Even if Ling Xiao didn't say anything, they knew that Blood Sword Supreme wouldn't be able to come back. Originally, everyone in the Purple Palace Army was looking forward to Blood Sword Supreme's return. Their status in the Purple Palace Army would rise greatly. They could even fight against the Dong Sheng Strong country. But now it had turned into a nightmare. They couldn't believe that an expert who had lived for thousands of years didn't die under the pursuit of the Dong Sheng Strong country's emperor. How could he die so carelessly? Who could accept this? Blood Sword Supreme is so useless. Suddenly, a roar came. That old man, Yu Hua, had appeared. Chapter 3786. It turned out that Yu Hua had been paying attention to the changes here. He thought that as long as Ling Xiao died, the things on him would be transferred out and would belong to him. However, after waiting for 20 days, nothing was transferred out. What he saw today was that Ling Xiao came out alive. How could he bear it? He thought that Ling Xiao had the Blood Supreme Sword, 10 million upper spiritual stones, Archean martial techniques, and even the heirloom seal of the Dong Sheng Strong country. He felt that he could not let Ling Xiao go no matter what. Everything on you is mine. Mine. Yu Hua roared hysterically. Such an ending was too cruel for him. He could not accept it. He had a glimmer of hope, but the last glimmer of hope was suddenly shattered. This feeling was really torturous. He thought for a while. Although he was no match for Zi Qianya now, however, it wouldn't be a problem to hold on for a while. After that, the Zi Mansion army would attack Ling Xiao with all their strength. He did not believe that he could not take down Ling Xiao. Since he could not get those things in the game, he would take them back. Zi Mansion army, listen to my order. Kill Ling Xiao and take his treasures. The Blood Supreme Sword is the founder of the Zi Mansion army. His treasures should belong to us. Yu Hua shouted harshly. Following his order, more than 200 Zi Mansion army, led by several major generals, rushed toward Ling Xiao. Yu Hua rushed toward Zi Qianya. Yu Hua, you old dog, I have no grudge against you, but you have been plotting against me. Today is the day you die. Zi Qianya jumped up and rushed toward Yu Hua. She had the intention to kill. As long as Yu Hua died, only Yu Zhen and Yu Qilong, who had returned to the Purple Mansion Royal City, would be left in the Yu family. The Yu family did not have the strength to deal with the Zi family and Zi Qianya. Brother Ling Xiao, let me help you. Although Zi Long seemed to be useless in front of powerful experts, he could deal with the Zi Mansion army easily. However, it was not a problem for him to deal with the Zifu Mansion army. After all, he was a major general. Yes, Ling Xiao did not hold back and charged into the crowd with Zi Long. Ling Xiao transformed into a terrifying hydra. His huge body was like a monster in the crowd. Corpses littered the ground wherever he passed. The terrifying poison caused the warriors of the Zifu army to die one after another amidst their miserable screams. He didn't want to kill anyone, but someone wanted to kill him. He had no choice but to kill. This was the cruelty of the world of martial artists. The laws here had collapsed, and only force was the way to go. Therefore, if he wanted to survive, he had to learn the ways of survival here. In the blink of an eye, more than 200 Purple Mansion army soldiers had turned into 200 corpses. With Ling Xiao and Zi Long working together, these people were no match for them at all. As for the other side, obviously, Yu Hua had underestimated how powerful Zi Qianye was in the Blood Lord armor. He held the first Blood Sun world. A blood dragon danced behind Zi Qianye. She was as valiant as a goddess of war. At her feet was Yu Hua, who was on the verge of death. Zi Qianye was an existence that was even scarier than a perfect sixth divine core warrior. But Yu Hua was only an early sixth divine core warrior. The gap between their strengths was simply too huge. No, please spare me. I don't want anything. I don't want anything. Yu Hua knew clearly what would happen if he died. Zi Qianye furrowed her brows. Looking at Yu Hua's pitiful appearance, she felt pity for him. When Ling Xiao saw this, he shook his head helplessly. Although Zi Qianye was older than him, she hadn't experienced as many things as him. She couldn't make up her mind. Since that was the case, Ling Xiao had no choice but to make this decision for her. Facing Yu Hua, who was on the verge of death, Ling Xiao unleashed his sword energy. With the blood shadow kill, he ended Yu Hua's life. Big Sister Qianye, I know you're kind, but it depends on who you're using your kindness on. He is Yu Hua. Once this old man recovers, do you think he will let me go? Will he let you go? Even if he is no match for you, don't forget that you still have your family. He is a man who will do anything to get what he wants. Ling Xiao reminded, I'm sorry, I've made a fool of myself in front of you. Ling Xiao's words woke Zi Qianye up from her stupor. Zi Long had been assassinated many times, and it was all because of this old man, Yu Hua. If not for Ling Xiao, Zi Long would have been dead long ago. Enough talking, let's leave this place. What happened here will soon spread out, and I'm afraid I will soon become a thorn in the eyes of the entire Zi kingdom. We need to leave. Ling Xiao looked at Zi Qianye and said, remember what I said? Don't be soft-hearted. Let's go. You have to come back alive. Zi Qianye exhorted. Ling Xiao nodded his head. Then he disappeared into the distance. There was no need to say anything else. He had already said what he needed to say. Xiaolan, let's go. After we go back, immerse yourself in cultivation, and don't waste the purple sun pills Ling Xiao gave you. Zi Qianye patted Zi Long, who was still looking into the distance, and said, yes, I will. Although I may never be able to catch up with brother Ling Xiao, I still hope to improve my strength to a higher level. In this way, I will be able to help you. Zi Long gritted his teeth and walked out of the bloody battlefield. With Zi Qianye, Zi Lan and Meng Yu, who were hiding in the distance, had already disappeared. They chased after Ling Xiao. Since Ling Xiao was no longer protected by Zi Qianye, they believed they could still defeat Ling Xiao. However, what made them helpless was that Ling Xiao was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared. They couldn't catch up with him, even if they wanted to. Don't worry, he said he would come back. Meng Yu comforted her husband. I'm afraid when he comes back, we will be no match for him. Damn it. Indigo was filled with worry. Ling Xiao's talent was too terrifying. From this map, the Bloody Sun Kingdom is actually at the edge of the Purple Kingdom. The Bloodthirsty Forest is between the Purple Kingdom and the Iron and Blood Kingdom. The No Man's Land seems to be more in the Iron and Blood Kingdom. Previously, Ling Xiao didn't know much about the Purple Kingdom. Therefore, he didn't know the situation. But now, he finally understood. However, there was a problem now. Once he entered the Iron and Blood Kingdom, Zi Qianye's map would be useless. Fortunately, it was at the border of the two kingdoms, so he shouldn't get lost. After Ling Xiao left the bloody battlefield, he ran all the way in the direction of the bloodthirsty forest. However, the distance was too far. Even with his current speed, it would take him a few days to arrive. Therefore, he couldn't waste his time on the way. He originally wanted to cultivate a new martial art. However, after obtaining the ancient Dong Sheng Emperor's comprehension of martial arts, he suddenly realized that he could actually improve the Blood Shadow Sword technique and the Nine Supreme Sword technique. With the ancient Dong Sheng Emperor's comprehension, there was no problem in transforming the Blood Shadow Sword technique into a rank 4 Emperor-class martial art. Chapter 3787. As for the 9 Supreme Sword techniques, it was even easier. He just needed to upgrade the 10 weapons. He could do it himself. He just needed some materials. So, he started to modify the Blood Shadow Sword technique. In order to be at ease, he took out a flying puppet from the Dong Sheng Emperor ring. He sat inside and started to work. The flying puppet originally belonged to the Dong Sheng Ancient Emperor, so it could fly faster than him. It was safe and convenient, but it required a lot of spirit stones. However, he had enough spirit stones now, so he didn't need to worry. At the same time, something big happened in the Z Mansion Kingdom. Everyone wanted the Blood Supreme Armor, the 9 Heavens of Slaughter, and the Blood Devil Seal. However, no one was Zi Qianya's match, including the king of the Z Mansion. Then, there was the news of Yu Hua's death and Ling Zhao's escape. It shocked the entire Z Mansion Kingdom. It was said that Ling Xiao took all the treasures except the Blood Supreme Armor and ran away. Of course, Ling Xiao spread the news on purpose. He was chased by several groups of Z Mansion soldiers on his way, so he didn't kill them all. He did this for Zi Qianya and Zi Long's safety. Just as he had expected, these people were after the treasures that Ling Xiao had taken away. Ling Xiao had escaped, and Zi Qianya was so powerful that they didn't want to provoke him. So, they started to look for Ling Xiao. Zi Qianya continued to be the ruler of the Zi Ling Kingdom. She also used the Purple Sun Pill to cultivate with Zi Long. However, the Yu family couldn't take the blow when they heard that Yu Hua was killed by Zi Qianya. They didn't want Zi Qianya to be the ruler of the Z Mansion Kingdom. So, they spread the news to the Dongsheng Kingdom. At first, they only said that Ling Xiao got the heirloom seal of the Dongsheng Kingdom. They didn't know that the Blood Supreme Sword was the Dongsheng Heavenly Sword. When the news reached the Dongsheng Kingdom, they immediately took action. In the royal palace of the Z Mansion Kingdom, there was a building that was more sturdy than the royal palace. Although it wasn't luxurious enough, it was definitely an iron bastion that no one could destroy. This was because there was a teleportation array that led from the Zi Fu Great Country to the Dongsheng Great Country. At this moment, there were a few people standing inside the building. One of them was the king of the Purple Mansion Kingdom. The other 4 people were the marshal of the Zifu Kingdom and the remaining 3 generals. Among the 5 generals of the Z Mansion army, Yu Hua was killed by Zi Qianya. The other person had died at the hands of Yang Shui, and now there were only 3 people left. The king of the Purple Mansion Kingdom was dressed in magnificent clothes and wore a crown on his head. It was obvious. The marshal of the Purple Mansion army, beside him, looked to be over 100 years old. His white hair and white beard couldn't hide his powerful aura. He was wearing the Purple Spirit martial armor. However, it was a pity that it was far inferior to the Blood Supreme armor of the Blood Supreme Sword Supreme. Your Majesty, do we really have to hand over those who have attacked us? If you can obtain it, you can also become an expert of the Dongsheng Strong Country. It was not impossible for him to become the emperor of the Dongsheng Strong Country in the future. After all, the Gu family's throne was also snatched. The Purple Mansion Army's marshal looked at the flickering teleportation array. The flickering runes showed that the teleportation array was in use, and someone was coming here. Yes, we all support you. The three generals said in unison. The king of the Purple Mansion Kingdom shook his head and said, "It's too late to say that now. When those idiots of the Yu family sent the news to the Dong Sheng Strong country, it meant that the opportunity had already left me. To be honest, whether it is the Imperial Treasure Seal, the 9 Heavens of Slaughter, or the Blood Supreme Sword, I want all of them. However, I know how terrifying the Dongsheng Strong country is. There is only one end to competing with them for the treasures, and that is death. Moreover, there is no news about Ling Xiao now. We don't even know where he went. All the treasures are with him. Even if the Dongsheng Strong country sent people here, what can they do? They can't do anything." The Purple Mansion Army's marshal frowned and said, "But Your Majesty, Ling Xiao and Zi Qinya seem to have a good relationship. Although we are no match for Zi Qinya, the people sent by the Dongsheng Strong country must be stronger than Zi Qinya. If they kidnap Zi Qinya and force Ling Xiao to hand over the treasures, what will happen? Ling Xiao won't refuse to hand them over, right?" The king of the Purple Mansion Kingdom shook his head and said, "You underestimate Zi Qinya too much. Even if she is killed, she will not let Ling Xiao know. She knows that as long as Ling Xiao is alive, he will avenge them sooner or later. As long as Ling Xiao is alive, she and Zilong will not die. On the other hand, if Ling Xiao walked right into the trap, not only would they die, but Ling Xiao would also die. Even if the Dongsheng Strong country wants to kidnap Zi Qinya, they will have to contact Ling Xiao first. Your Majesty, you are more considerate. It's a pity that the 9 Heavens of Slaughter is a 7th-level Emperor class martial skill. If you cultivate it, your strength will be greatly improved." The Purple Mansion Army's marshal gritted his teeth and was unwilling to give up. "Forget it. Don't think too much. They will give me the 9 Heavens of Slaughter." The king of the Purple Mansion Kingdom smiled and said, "They need me to work for them. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it. The 9 Heavens of Slaughter is strong, but the Dongsheng Strong country doesn't lack such a martial skill. Even if you give me a handwritten copy, that's fine too. So, for people like us, if we want to be strong, the best way is to be obedient. Listen to the Gu clan and the Dongsheng Strong country." "I understand." The Purple Mansion Army's marshal sighed. "It's not that they don't want to compete. It's just that they are too weak. They don't have the heart. Don't worry, when the time comes, you will also get the Blood Devil Seal. It is a 6th-level Emperor-class martial skill. It is very suitable for you to cultivate," the king of the Purple Mansion Kingdom said with a smile. "As for that Ling Xiao, he won't be able to jump around for long. He dares to go against the Dongsheng Strong country. He dares to hide the treasures. He is simply courting death." His expression suddenly became cold and sinister. "But I have to admit, he even killed the Blood Sword Supreme," the Purple Mansion Army's marshal said with a frown on his face. "He must have used some shady methods. After all, the Blood Sword Supreme is only left with his soul. In short, he is weak, but he is greedy. He will die without a burial place. As for Zi Qinya, I believe Gu Fenghua won't let her go either. Zi Qinya knew Ling Xiao had a great treasure, but she still let him go. Just this alone is enough for Gu Fenghua to punish her. Although she won't die, she will definitely be punished." "That's right, Gu Fenghua. That is a 7th Divine Corps warrior. I heard he is only 25 years old, a genius amongst geniuses." The Purple Mansion Army's marshal thought of the young man who was about to come out from the teleportation formation. Gu Fenghua, also known as the Heaven-Slaying Blade Devil. Not only is he stubborn, he also has a strong killing intent. The reason why he is called a devil is because he has killed too many people. Chapter 3788. When the king of Z Mansion thought of Gu Fenghua's bloody devil blade, his body couldn't help but tremble. With fear in his voice, he said, Gu Fenghua is the son of the Eastern Victory Kingdom's emperor, Gu Qianxiu. The heaven-chopping blade in his hand is a quality heavenly king weapon. In our Z Mansion kingdom, we only have 3 to 4 mortal rank heavenly king weapons. We don't even have a single quality heavenly king weapon. Powerful strength combined with a powerful weapon. The name of the heaven-chopping blade demon is not just for show. Even in the imperial city of the Eastern Victory Kingdom, he is one of the top warriors. Now that he is in our Z Mansion kingdom, he is an invincible existence. Listen carefully. No matter what he says, no matter what he does, you have to listen to him obediently. Don't resist. Or else, when he uses the heaven-chopping blade, both of us will die. Understood. The other 4 quickly nodded their heads. What kind of joke was this? They didn't have the courage to fight Gu Fenghua. Right at this moment, the teleportation formation shone brightly. All 5 men shut their mouths. Because they knew Gu Fenghua had arrived. A bright light was shining within the building, and it was filled with a mysterious color. The king of Z Mansion quickly kneeled down. The other 4 men followed suit and kneeled down. When a figure appeared from the teleportation formation, all 5 men shouted out at the same time, "Welcome, Crown Prince!" The 5 men didn't even dare raise their heads. They just laid there, looking extremely terrified. Ling Xiao didn't know what had happened in the Z Mansion kingdom. He also didn't know about Gu Fenghua's existence. After a few days of traveling, he had passed through the bloodthirsty forest and arrived at the territory of the Iron and Blood Kingdom. Along the way, not only had he successfully broken through the Blood Shadow Sword skill to a 4th rank Emperor Realm Marshal skill, but he had also broken through to the bloodthirsty forest. He had also broken through during the battle with the 100 Demons Bandit Gang. From the Bone Burial Ground to the battle with the 100 Demons Bandit Gang, he had experienced many hardships, and with the help of the Purple Sun pill, finally, he had crossed an important gap and broken through to the early 3rd Divine Core Realm. The 100 Demons Bandit Gang was really unlucky. They had just killed a group of traveling merchants. They were just about to spend some money. However, they had bumped into Ling Xiao's group and were all killed by Ling Xiao. Moreover, these fellows had become the key to Ling Xiao's breakthrough. After that, Ling Xiao cleaned up the nest of the 100 Demons Bandit group. Not only did he obtain a large number of spirit stones, but he also obtained materials for forging weapons. Thus, he stayed here for 2 days and forged the 10 Emperor swords into powerful divine Great Emperor weapons. It cost him more than 1 million high-grade spirit stones. It also consumed nearly 3 million high-grade spirit stones worth of materials. However, it was still worth it. After the 10 Emperor swords were upgraded to divine grade Emperor artifacts, the power of the 9 Sovereign sword technique had also increased substantially. Now, the power of the 10 swords combined into one could reach the level of a 5th level Emperor grade martial skill. When all 9 swords were combined into one, it could reach the level of a high-level 4th Order Emperor realm. 8 swords combined into one could reach a low 4th Order Emperor realm. Coupled with the Blood Shadow Sword art, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. After doing all this, he continued to advance towards the Iron and Blood country. The bloodthirsty forest was filled with killing intent. Suddenly, several figures appeared out of thin air in the dense forest. They all knelt in the same direction. In that direction, a huge tiger's head appeared. Although the tiger's head was an illusion, it was extremely terrifying and exuded a terrifying, murderous aura. Who? who slaughtered the 100 Demons bandit group that I've carefully cultivated for decades. This illusion was obviously not the real body, but a soul projection. However, its powerful aura was not weak at all. One of the figures raised his head. Although he looked like a human, there was a pair of fierce, sharp teeth in his mouth. They were like the teeth of a saber-toothed tiger. Your Majesty, according to the information we've gathered, it was done by a young man who passed by. However, we haven't found out who he is and where he is. Investigate. Find out who dares to provoke our Tiger King Mountain. Don't let him go. The illusion let out a tiger-like roar. Yes, Your Majesty. Then the projection disappeared. Those figures also rushed into the bloodthirsty forest and disappeared without a trace. Other than the 100 Demons bandit group, Ling Xiao did not encounter any major trouble. After all, he was too strong. With his early third divine core cultivation base, without using the martial soul of Tyrant, he could fight a perfect fourth divine core warrior. But this place was just one of the main cities of the Iron and Blood Kingdom. It was not even considered a small kingdom. Therefore, with his cultivation base, he could basically do whatever he wanted in this place. Unless he encountered a powerful warrior who was traveling around, no one would dare to provoke him. As for those powerful warriors who were traveling around, they would never provoke him. Half Demon City. This was the place where the Dongsheng imperial family lived in seclusion. The name sounded good, but in fact, Half Demon City was a lawless place. Most of the half-demons were here. They used the most primitive way to manage this place. Compared to the human society, they had to disguise themselves a little. The law of the jungle was even more obvious here. After arriving at Half Demon City, Ling Xiao started searching for the whereabouts of the Dongsheng imperial family. According to the information he got from Grandmaster Tai Yuan, the Dongsheng imperial family lived in a beautiful basin outside Half Demon City. It was called the Drunken Moon Valley. Not only was the environment beautiful, it was also filled with abundant energy. There were also spirit stone mines and all kinds of metal mines nearby. Back then, the Dongsheng imperial family had chosen to escape here because of the place's feng shui. When he arrived at Drunken Moon Valley, Ling Xiao put away the flying puppet. He landed on the ground. In order to avoid trouble, he did not want to make a fuss about it at first. He wanted to keep a low profile. But when he arrived at Drunken Moon Valley, he found that things were completely different from what he had imagined. This was not a paradise like he had imagined. Instead, the environment was very bad. There were all kinds of beasts and monsters around Drunken Moon Valley. Not only were there a lot of beasts, but they were also not weak. Of course, with Ling Xiao's current strength, these beasts were not enough to deal with. But for the warriors in Half Demon City, it was still very troublesome. The key was that there were too many of them. This was not logical at all. Logically speaking, a clan or a sect would try their best to drive away the demonic beasts in their territory. Even if there were some who accidentally entered, there would not be too many. But here, it was as if they were surrounded by beasts. Let's go in and have a look. After thinking for a moment, Ling Xiao transformed into his shadow warrior form. He didn't want to engage in any unnecessary battles. Along the way, the strongest demon beast he had met was a peak third heavenly core warrior. A demon beast with this level of strength, not to mention in Half Demon City. Even in the Purple Kingdom, it would be considered extremely strong. Finally, he arrived at the Dongsheng imperial family's home that Grandmaster Tai Yuan had told him about. The style of the building was exactly the same as what Grandmaster Tai Yuan had told him. But the words Dongsheng Prefecture were not written on the lintel. Chapter 3789. Ling Xiao knew about the bloodthirsty sect. It was a sect made up of bloodthirsty demons. Bloodthirsty demons were half demons. They had the intelligence of humans, but they were even crueler. Seeing a patrolling bloodthirsty demon, Ling Xiao thought for a moment and suddenly rushed over. He captured the bloodthirsty demon and brought it to a safe place. Tell me, where did the original Dongsheng family go? Ling Xiao was too lazy to talk nonsense with the bloodthirsty demon. He directly used the soul-searching ability of his four-leaf demonic eyes. The bloodthirsty demon said in a daze, "The Dongsheng family is no longer here. They changed their surname to Sheng 1,000 years ago. 500 years ago, the Sheng family was defeated in a battle with us bloodthirsty demons and had to give up this place. It seemed that the descendants of the Dongsheng royal family did not have a good life. They must have been hunted down by the Gu family and had no choice but to change their surname. They gave up their territory because they were no match for the bloodthirsty sect. It seemed that he had made the right choice to come this time. Where did they go?" Ling Xiao continued to ask. "The Sheng family has moved to a valley 60 miles away from Half Demon City, but the environment there is not very good." The bloodthirsty demon replied, "What do you mean the environment is not very good?" Ling Xiao asked, "It's a barren place with a lack of resources. In addition, the Sheng family is surrounded by strong enemies. In another 10 years, this family might no longer exist. By the way, I forgot to tell you, in order to reproduce, the Sheng family established the Shengtian sect with the main family as the core. Has it reached such an extent? Fortunately, I came more than 10 years ago. Otherwise, the Sheng family might not exist." Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. The bloodthirsty demon fainted. When he woke up, he would naturally forget everything that had just happened. With Ling Xiao's current speed, it would take him less than half an hour to travel 60 miles. From afar, he could already see the lifeless valley, although it looked lush and the river water was clear. But the spirit qi here was extremely scarce. It was fine for ordinary people to live here, but for warriors, it was impossible for them to cultivate. The entire Shengtian sect gave people a feeling of old age. There was no vitality at all. It was as if it could be destroyed at any moment. I've heard from Master that the development of a sect depends on luck and the dragon vein. If one's luck was flourishing, one would be able to see a scene of vigorous vitality. If one's luck was weak, one could see that it was lifeless. Things like karmic luck have to be fought for. Since the magnificent heaven sect can't compete with others, it's only natural that they'll weaken. With a sigh, he decided to head to the Shengtian sect to take a look. After all, the ancient Dongsheng emperor had done him a great favor, and now he was even using divine pills to help him cultivate. He had also promised the Dongsheng ancient emperor that he would take care of the Dongsheng royal family. Now was their chance. His original plan was that if the Dongsheng royal family was prosperous and powerful, the Dongsheng royal family would be at its peak. Or rather, although he wasn't strong enough, he was living a good life. In that case, he would not disturb the peaceful lives of these people and leave. This was what the ancient Dongsheng emperor thought as well. But the problem was that the Dongsheng royal family was having a hard time now. Not only did he change his surname, but he also changed his surname. He was even chased to this corner. Even surviving was difficult. It wouldn't make sense if he didn't help. Since he also wanted to train, this might be an opportunity. When he thought of this, he leaped up and instantly flew several tens of meters away, flying towards the valley. When he got close to the valley, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. There was a dragon vein sleeping at the bottom of the valley. As long as he set up a powerful formation to awaken the dragon vein, the magnificent heaven sect would definitely change. Seems like the ancestors have accumulated good karma. Even though they've fallen to such a state, they still have some luck. Ling Xiao smiled. He looked at the building at the bottom of the valley. The majestic sect clearly had a few hundred years of history and occupied a large area. But there weren't many people left in the sect. The entrance of the valley was the entrance of the sect. Beside, it was a huge rock with the words Magnificent Heaven Sect written on it. It was quite imposing. Beside the door stood a few disciples who were guarding the mountain. They were chatting weakly. Obviously, the decline of the sect had taken a toll on their spirits. What made Ling Xiao the saddest was that some people were packing up and preparing to leave. They should be outsiders who joined the Magnificent Heaven Sect later on. They didn't have much loyalty to the Magnificent Heaven Sect, so it was understandable that they chose to leave when they saw the sect decline. They couldn't keep wasting their time here. And they weren't the first batch to leave the Magnificent Heaven Sect. It could be seen that no one stopped them from leaving. Perhaps even the higher-ups of the Magnificent Heaven Sect felt that there was no hope. Senior Brother Chen, what are you doing? Are you going to leave the sect as well? Seeing someone preparing to leave the mountain, a disciple guarding the gate showed a surprised expression. That was because Senior Brother Chen was the eldest disciple of the Magnificent Heaven Sect. His status was even higher than many of the Sheng family members. The reason why many disciples in the sect hadn't left yet was because of his example. But now he was leaving too. Senior Brother Chen sighed. That's right, I'm leaving. From now on, we won't meet again. Just treat it as if I, Chen Shuzhong, have never existed in the sect. Why? Why is this? Even if everyone leaves, you shouldn't leave. Have you forgotten who saved you when you were dying by the roadside? It was the sect leader. For the development of the Magnificent Heaven Sect, the sect leader, who is my father, even gave up the rules that the sect had upheld for 100 years. He decided to pass the position of sect leader to you, an outsider. But how could you do this? How could you? Xinghao, stop talking. Everyone has their own ambitions. If he wants to leave, let him leave. Those who walk different paths can't make plans together. Just treat it as the Sheng family being blind. Many of the disciples guarding the gate were from the Sheng family. Their status in the sect wasn't high because the Sheng family really wanted the Magnificent Heaven Sect to flourish. They didn't want the outsiders to feel that their status in the sect wasn't high. Get lost, Shenghao roared. To think that I've always idolized you, the best candidate to be the next sect leader. Our Magnificent Heaven Sect doesn't need an ungrateful person like you. When the sect was prosperous, you never said that you wanted to leave. Now that the sect is weak, you want to leave. People like you can enjoy blessings together, but not face difficulties together. Staying in the sect is a disaster. Leave if you want to. Get lost. Chen Shuzhong was feeling a little guilty at first, but when he heard that, he couldn't help sneering. That's right. I'm an ungrateful person. So what? If it were up to me, all of you should leave as soon as possible. There's no future for the Magnificent Heaven Sect. With my talent, if I were to become a disciple of someone else, my achievements would definitely be much higher than now. Didn't your father save me? He harmed me. Chen Shuzhong, get lost if you want to. Don't embarrass yourself here. Chapter 3790. Senior Brother Wang. Everyone turned to look. It was Wang Huairan, the only one qualified to compete with Chen Shuzhong for the position of the first disciple. Wang Huairan, stop making sarcastic remarks. Chen Shuzhong said disdainfully, I wasted 3 years for the Shengtian sect. I'm already benevolent enough. If I leave now, I won't let the Shengtian sect down. You're really shameless. Sheng Yu, a female disciple among the guarding disciples, said, You probably forgot. In the past 3 years, in order not to delay your cultivation, the sect master has spared no effort to search for cultivation resources for you. He was even injured by the bloodthirsty sect because of this. He's still bedridden. You have the nerve to say that others delayed you. Your aptitude is just SOSO. What about senior brother Wang Huiran? He's lost a lot more than you. Do you know that the sect master of the Falling Dawn sect came personally to accept senior brother Wang as his disciple? But he refused for the sake of the sect. Also, his fiancée, the eldest miss of the Falling Dawn sect. She threatened him with breaking off the engagement. Although he hesitated and struggled, he still chose the sect in the end. Because he's like you, an orphan picked up by the sect master. But he knows how to repay kindness. You, on the other hand, are just a cruel and unscrupulous thing. Hearing these words, Chen Shuzhong's face turned sinister. He sneered, Good, good. Then you can continue to guard this broken sect and live your lives. I won't accompany you. Those who are willing to follow me to the Falling Dawn sect, let's go. After speaking, he turned and left. However, what made him depressed was that other than two of his best friends, no one else left. The others who were about to leave stopped. I'm not leaving, one of them said. If senior sister Sheng Yu didn't say it, I wouldn't know that senior brother Wang had sacrificed so much. He can stay. Why can't I? My aptitude isn't that good anyway. There's no difference between staying and leaving. I'm not leaving either. Stay. We swear to protect the Shengtian sect. This scene made Ling Xiao, who was hiding in the dark, feel gratified. The reason why the Shengtian sect hadn't been destroyed was probably because of these righteous people. Sheng Hao, Sheng Yu, and Wang Huiran. These three could be nurtured well. Although their cultivation was a little lacking, they only lacked resources. These three people, especially Wang Huiran's aptitude, were really not bad. Wang Huiran's aptitude was even better than Zilong's. No wonder the people from the Falling Dawn sect would take a fancy to him. As for Chen Shuzhong, his aptitude wasn't bad either. Unfortunately, he was just heartless. This was just like abandoning one's first wife. It was disgusting. Therefore, he did not stop Chen Shuzhong from leaving. If that kind of person left, it would be good for Shengtian sect. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended outside the entrance of the Shengtian sect. A terrifying aura instantly filled the entire sect. The elders who were cultivating in seclusion and the sect leader who was recuperating all looked in the same direction in horror. As for the disciples outside the mountain gate, they were already trembling in fear. Even standing was difficult. A divine core warrior? How could this be? Just a moment ago, everyone was still happy that they could keep the Shengtian sect here. But at this time, he fell into despair once again. Recently, the Shengtian sect had been bullied by others. However, the strongest among them was only at the 9th level of the Divine Vein realm. There had never been a divine core warrior before. That was enough to give the Shengtian sect a headache. But now, the one who had appeared was a divine core warrior. Was the Shengtian sect going to be destroyed? Just like that? Listen up, the Shengtian sect will be destroyed today. If you want to live, get the hell out of here. Ling Zhao's voice sounded out like a thunderclap in the entire valley. Everyone could hear him loud and clear. Who are you? Why are you targeting the Shengtian sect? Wang Huiran was the strongest disciple outside of the Shengtian sect. However, he was just a half-step divine core warrior. It was already good enough that he dared to stand out. Ling Xiao sneered. Then he pointed his finger at Wang Huiran. Wang Huiran fell to the ground. Sheng, you quickly went over to check on him. You killed senior disciple Wang. You killed senior disciple Wang. Her eyes were bloodshot, as if she had gone crazy. That's right, I killed him. The reason I came to the Shengtian sect today is to destroy this place. If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here. If not, don't blame me for being impolite. Ling Xiao was filled with killing intent. However, he still held back a lot of his aura. He only used the aura of a first-stage Divine Core warrior. If he really scared all these people to death, he would have lost the purpose of this test. Die together with the sect. Sheng Hao was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he was injured by Ling Xiao's killing intent. But he still shouted out with all his strength, "Die together with the sect." With him taking the lead, the rest of the people started shouting out as well. "You want to die together? Then I'll kill you first." Ling Xiao sneered. Then he thrust his palm toward Sheng Hao. Sheng Hao fell to the ground and died. But this didn't scare any of these people. Not only did they not run away, a determined look emerged in their eyes. Ling Xiao knew he had achieved the purpose of this test. He suddenly retracted his terrifying aura. Those who were able to stay in the magnificent heaven sect under such circumstances were truly loyal. All of these people were worthy of his protection. Ha 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 ha. He suddenly burst out into laughter. I didn't expect the descendants of the Dongsheng imperial family to be so strong. But you still have your backbone. Good, very good. He walked in front of Wang Huairan. Then he lightly tapped on his body. Wang Huairan immediately woke up. Sheng Hao was the same. They were just faking their deaths. If Ling Xiao really wanted to kill someone, he wouldn't do it like that. If he wanted to kill someone, he would either cut a hole in their throat, or he would just cut their throat. He wouldn't do something so unreliable. Who are you? Why are you doing this? Wang Huairan stood up and looked at Ling Xiao. Then he asked with a puzzled expression. With his intelligence, he could easily tell that Ling Xiao was just testing their loyalty. Me? I'm here to save you, Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. You're here to save us. All these years, the magnificent heaven sect has been bullied by others, and no one dared to stand up for us. Although you're quite strong, you might not be the top in Half Demon City. You dare to help us? I don't believe you. Sheng Hao shook his head. Believe it or not, I'm already here. Take me to see your sect master. Ling Xiao said indifferently. What should we do, Senior Brother Wang? Sheng Yu looked at Wang Huairan and said, with his strength, killing us is as easy as flipping his hand. There's no need to beat around the bush. Just take him to see the sect master. Wang Huairan thought about it and said, That's what I meant. It's rare for someone to be willing to help us in such a situation. Sheng Hao nodded. Follow me, sir. Sheng Hao led the way while Ling Xiao followed behind. He said with a smile, You shouldn't be so sad. You should be happy. You've been guarding the magnificent heaven sect for so many years without leaving. Now, it's finally time to part the clouds and see the sun and moon. Chapter 3791. Ling Xiao roughly understood the reason behind Xingtian sect's decline. Half-Demon City was the world of half-demons, and when a human sect came here, they were naturally surrounded by enemies. But they couldn't go anywhere else. After all, they had offended the Gu family from the Dongsheng strong country. With just a word from the Gu family, they would be caught no matter where they went. Only Half-Demon City, because of some special reasons, no human sects dared to set foot in it. That was the only reason they had a chance to survive. Although living like a coward, it was still better than being killed. But now, Ling Xiao had come here. He wanted to take control of Half-Demon City. He wanted Xingtian's sect to be his nail in Half-Demon City. As for increasing their strength, it was actually very simple. He still had a lot of Violet Sun pills. Together with the Dragon Vein under the valley, it was enough for him to do all these miraculous things. As long as the people of Xingtian's sect became stronger, then he would be able to expand his territory. The 4 major regions were huge, and it was unrealistic to take them all in one go. But He could take it one step at a time. Senior Brother Wang, this man doesn't look like a half-demon. Can you guess who he is? Why is he helping us? Could he be a senior from the Sheng family? Sheng Yu and Wang Huairan were walking together, and they couldn't help but ask. Wang Huairan shook his head and said, I can't predict that, but I don't think he's hostile. He was just testing if we're really loyal to Shengtian sect. I'm not sure if he's a senior from the Sheng family, but he should be someone who's beneficial to Shengtian sect. According to his understanding, Ling Xiao wasn't here to attack Shengtian sect. Or else, with Ling Xiao's strength, he could just destroy Shengtian sect. There was no need for him to go through so much trouble. Besides, he didn't look old, so he shouldn't be a senior. Even though martial artists could make themselves look younger, it was impossible for them to do so. But the age of their souls wouldn't change. Wang Huairan could feel that this man in front of him was full of youthful vigor. I'm afraid he's not even 20 years old. Wang Huairan suddenly said, Impossible. Sheng Yu was shocked. He's so strong, but we didn't notice him when he was near them. Besides, a Divine Core warrior who is less than 20 years old, even in the entire Eastern Victory superpower. This is rare. Not to mention the entire Dongsheng Strong country. There aren't many of them in the entire 4 great regions. Wang Huairan smiled bitterly, listening to their conversation. Ling Xiao only smiled faintly. He had only unleashed the aura of a peak first Divine Core warrior, but it was enough to shock all these people. If he unleashed the aura of an early 3rd Divine Core warrior, wouldn't all of them be scared to the ground? As he walked forward, Ling Xiao sensed a tyrannical aura coming out from the house. Shengtian sect's experts should have all come out. He could sense that the strongest man in the Magnificent Sky sect was only a peak first Heavenly Core warrior. After that, there were 3 late first Divine Core warriors. Behind them were 10 early first Divine Core warriors. There were only 14 Divine Core warriors, and all of them were at the first Divine Core realm. In a main city like this, a group of people with such strength could be considered extremely strong. But Half Demon City was different from any other main city. There were a lot of warriors here. It was similar to the situation in Purple Spirit Kingdom. Perhaps the strongest warrior here was as strong as Yu Qilong before he broke through a 4th Divine Core warrior. After calculating in his mind, Ling Xiao knew what he needed to do. With his strength, although he couldn't defeat everyone in Half Demon City, he could still fight them. Don't forget, he was the man who had the Eastern Victory Emperor ring. If he really couldn't do it, he could just summon his Hero Soul Army. With that, he would be able to crush anyone here. Sect Chief, although this man's killing intent is frightening, he doesn't seem to be a threat to us. But he doesn't seem to be hostile toward our Magnificent Sky sect. Have you seen this man before? The man who spoke was one of the 3 supreme elders of the Magnificent Sky sect, a late first Divine Core warrior. As for the Magnificent Sky sect sect chief, he was the only peak first Divine Core warrior in the Magnificent Sky sect. His name was Sheng Xingzong. Just from his name alone, one could tell that his older generation wanted him to revitalize the Magnificent Sky sect. But too bad his strength was too weak, and he couldn't fulfill his wish. Sheng Xingzong's injuries hadn't fully healed yet, therefore he looked weak and pale. Shaking his head, he said, I've never seen him before, but when facing a mighty warrior like this, we should still be respectful. With the Magnificent Sky sect's current strength, unless we activate the Eastern Emperor Demon Slaying Formation, we won't be able to stop him. Eastern Emperor Demon Slaying Formation. Hearing these words, everyone's expression became a little nervous. This formation was a supreme treasure passed down from the Eastern Victory Emperor, but the problem was that it consumed a huge amount of resources. The Magnificent Sky sect couldn't afford it. This was the magnificent sky sect's trump card. The reason why the other sects didn't destroy the magnificent sky sect when they came to bully them was because of this formation. It was because of the existence of this formation. This formation had once killed a 4th-level Divine Core warrior with a single strike. Everyone nervously stared at the man who was walking towards them from afar. The magnificent sky sect's upper echelons were sweating nervously. As for the disciples, their faces had turned pale. It was as if they had just thought of something terrifying, causing their bodies to tremble. Although they wouldn't be scared away by this man, they were afraid of him. But they couldn't control their fear. The killing intent Ling Xiao unleashed just now was simply too terrifying. After the time it took to finish a pot of tea, Ling Xiao had arrived at the deepest part of the magnificent sky sect under Sheng Hao's lead, right outside of the main palace. What a handsome young man. So young, so strong. Although everyone's focus was different, without exception, they all felt a great shock. Ling Xiao was different from what they had imagined. So young, who could he be? Don't tell me it's Luo Feng from the Falling Dawn sect. All these years, the disciples of the magnificent sky sect had been trapped in the valley, and very few of them had been able to leave. Therefore, although they had heard about the young geniuses outside, they had never seen one before. The only person they could think of that was the number 1 genius of the Falling Dawn sect, Luo Feng. Greetings, sect leader, elders! Sheng Hao, Sheng Yu, Wang Huairan, and the others all bowed before returning to the crowd. Only Ling Xiao was left standing in front of the crowd. Sect leader, senior disciple has left. Sheng Hao couldn't help but say, "Fine, everyone has their own ambitions. Our magnificent sky sect is indeed weak. If he wants to leave, then let him be. I'm glad that you guys are able to stay." Sheng Xingzong looked at Sheng Hao, Sheng Yu, Wang Huairan, and the others. If all of them left, the magnificent sky sect would lose another few hundred disciples. There were only a little over 1,000 disciples left, and if they left, the sect would really be disbanded. Don't think that just because they were from the same sect, they wouldn't leave. There had been cases of disciples from the same sect running away from home before. This was also the reason why Sheng Xingzong didn't dare to stop those disciples from leaving. Since they were from the same sect, they didn't have the face to stop others. Chapter 3792. Sighing, Sheng Xingzong looked at Ling Xiao and cupped his hands. "May I know why you have come to my Shengtian sect today?" Ling Xiao did not answer, but looked at the Shengtian sect's lineup. To be honest, they were trash. For such a sect to still exist, it must have some special magic treasure or trump card. Otherwise, they would have been destroyed long ago. Ling Xiao's attitude made the people of Shengtian's sect feel bad. The sect leader asked you a question, but you didn't answer. Wasn't this looking down on the Shengtian sect? Although you are strong, you shouldn't look down on my Shengtian sect. If you have nothing else, please leave. Our Shengtian sect does not welcome guests like you. Sheng Xingzong did not say anything, but an old grand elder behind him could not hold it in anymore. You're already so old, yet you're still so angry. If I were your enemy, you would be dead by now. No, to be precise, your Shengtian sect would have been destroyed. Ling Xiao looked at the grand elder indifferently and said, "Good, very good. Then let this old man see just how much ability you have." The grand elder was burning with anger. He had been bullied too many times over the years, so the anger in his stomach was too strong. After being ignited by Ling Xiao's words, he instantly exploded. "Second uncle, no." Sheng Xingzong wanted to stop him, but he was seriously injured and did not have the strength to do so. The second uncle of the Sheng family was furious and attacked Ling Xiao with all his might. Ling Xiao only looked at this person with disdain. He knew very well that if he wanted to take down the Shengtian sect, he had to convince these people. He had expected the other party to make a move. In fact, he was looking forward to it. Seeing that the Grand Elder was already in front of Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao only reached out his hand and touched the Grand Elder's head. The Grand Elder's body fell to the ground as if he was hit by a terrifying mountain. You can't differentiate between friend and foe. You deserve to be beaten. With a kick, Ling Xiao sent Second Supreme Elder flying back. He controlled his strength very well, even though the Supreme Second Elder would suffer some light injuries. But it wouldn't be to the extent of serious injuries. Seeing this scene, everyone was flabbergasted. They knew that Ling Xiao was very strong, and they also knew that Ling Xiao was a First Divine Core warrior. But no one had expected that the late First Divine Core Second Elder would act like a toy in front of Ling Xiao. Can we talk properly now? Ling Xiao looked at the crowd and said calmly, "Thank you for your mercy, Your Excellency." The Second Supreme Elder cupped his hands and said, he was not a fool. He could sense Ling Xiao's terrifying strength. If Ling Xiao hadn't held back just now, he would have been dead. There's no need to thank me. I've said it before, we're not enemies. Ling Xiao waved his hand. Your Excellency, please enter the main hall for a chat. Only now did Sheng Xingzong remember how to treat a guest. Perhaps he was frightened by Ling Xiao's strength just now. There's no need for that. Let everyone listen. Ling Xiao wanted everyone in the Shengtian sect to know what he wanted to say. Although the main hall was nice, it couldn't accommodate so many people. Sheng Hao, Sheng Yu, prepare some tea for our guest. Sheng Xingzong ordered. Understood. Soon after, the tea was placed on the stone table in the courtyard. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. He just sat down. After taking a sip of the tea, he said, "You asked me who I am, and I'll tell you now. Strictly speaking, I'm half a disciple of Dongsheng Yun. The reason why I'm here is because the Dongsheng ancient emperor asked me to help the descendants of the Dongsheng imperial family." What? Hearing this, Sheng Xingzong was shocked. Perhaps others didn't know, but Dongsheng Yun's story had been passed down from their ancestors. Of course, he knew. Could it be that the old ancestor is still alive? It has been 10,000 years. Sheng Xingzong looked at Ling Xiao expectantly. If Dongsheng Yun really didn't die, then their Shengtian sect could definitely rise again. Some people in the Shengtian sect had heard of the glorious history of the Shengtian sect. Perhaps someone had deliberately spread the news in order to boost everyone's confidence. After all, it could give them something to look forward to. One day, when the Dongsheng ancient emperor returned, it would be the day of the Shengtian sect's rise. Although Ling Xiao couldn't bear to disappoint them, it was impossible for him to lie. He shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, the Dongsheng ancient emperor has passed away." Plop! Hearing this, Sheng Xingzong directly collapsed to the ground. Despair. Originally, there was still a trace of hope in his heart, but now that hope was completely gone. The death of the Dongsheng ancient emperor meant that the Dongsheng clan would never rise again. Their Shengtian sect would face the end of the world. Many people began to cry. They cried for their fate and for the collapse of their hope. Ling Xiao was about to explain. Suddenly, a powerful aura came from underground. He couldn't help but furrow his brows. Then he stood up from the stone table. Could it be that there was a terrifying monster underground in this valley? While he was thinking, he suddenly heard a loud rumbling sound. A man suddenly jumped out from underground. He floated in the air and let out a crazy laugh. "Ha ha! Sheng Xingzong, you should have done this earlier." "Damn it, who released this demon? Shang Buell?" Sheng Xingzong's expression changed dramatically. This man had been locked up in Sheng Xingzong's dungeon. This man had once made a huge mistake by signing a contract with the heavenly devil, causing the death of thousands of Shengtian sect disciples. At that time, the Shengtian sect was still prosperous. That was why this man had been locked up. But now, once this man was released, who would be able to stop him? He was a peak third, heavenly core warrior. Sheng Xingzong, you piece of trash! How dare you call me a demon? No matter what, I am still your grandfather. Call me Grandpa Jiu. Sheng Buell said with a loud and clear voice, You demon, you killed thousands of Shengtian sect disciples, and you still have the face to ask me to call you Grandpa? Dream on. Even if I die in battle, I won't lower my head to you. Sheng Xingzong furiously said, Great Grandpa, didn't you say that if I let you out, you would only deal with the enemy? Don't attack Daddy. A voice sounded out from the crowd. It was a 7-year-old kid. He should be a disciple from the Sheng family. He must have been deceived by Sheng Buell. That was why he let him out. Don't worry, Great Grandpa won't lie to you. Great Grandpa will kill the enemy, but this Shengtian sect belongs to Great Grandpa as well. You better ask your daddy to give up his position, or else he will die as well. After saying that, Sheng Buell turned to Ling Xiao and said, You're the enemy? Good. Be the first person I'll kill after I'm released. After saying that, he suddenly charged towards Ling Xiao. A black smoke condensed in the air and turned into a black flame. It was extremely terrifying. You're indeed controlled by the heavenly devil's demonic intent. But you're lucky to have met me. Ling Xiao smiled, but he didn't attack. This made everyone from the Shengtian sect think he was scared silly. Chapter 37:93. Young hero, watch out. Seeing that Ling Xiao was being attacked by Sheng Buell, everyone from the Shengtian sect cried out in alarm. Sheng Xingzong hastily shouted out. Since they knew Ling Xiao's identity and purpose, Ling Xiao was one of them. Of course, he couldn't bear to see Ling Xiao being killed by Sheng Buell. Everyone listen up. Protect young hero Ling. Sheng Xingzong shouted out loudly. That won't be necessary. Ling Xiao smiled. Facing Sheng Buell's attack, he only lifted up a finger. Everyone was shocked. Young hero Ling was too careless. He had underestimated his enemy. What he did was no different from committing suicide. But since Ling Xiao had said so, they had no choice but to believe in Ling Xiao's strength. Perhaps this young hero Ling could really defend against Sheng Buell's attack. Sheng Buell was a peak third, heavenly core warrior. His speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Ling Xiao. With an evil killing intent, he forcefully grabbed toward Ling Xiao's throat. Even if the other disciples from the Shengtian sect wanted to help, they couldn't. But what surprised them was Sheng Buell's speed was incredibly fast. But Ling Xiao's speed was even faster than his. When Sheng Buell's attack arrived, Ling Xiao didn't do anything. But when the claw was less than a foot away from Ling Xiao's throat, a finger suddenly stretched out. He blocked the tyrannical claw. That was the claw of a peak third, heavenly core warrior. It could even crush a divine weapon with a single pinch. But the finger didn't show any signs of being broken. It just stood there, preventing Sheng Buell's claw from moving any further. It stopped the attack. Everyone was shocked. Although this wasn't the first time Ling Xiao had shocked them, they still couldn't get used to it. How could there be such a frightening existence in this world? I'm not dreaming, am I? That was an attack from a peak third divine core warrior, and he blocked it with just a single finger. It's not a dream. It's real. I saw it too. It's really unbelievable. Although they saw it clearly, they still couldn't believe that it was real. The scene before his eyes was truly too bizarre. In comparison, Sheng Buell appeared ferocious and terrifying. His violent aura made everyone feel extremely uncomfortable. However, Ling Xiao looked completely at ease, as if he didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure. The problem was easily solved. His strength is pretty good. He can be considered a top warrior amongst all perfect third divine core warriors. Unfortunately, because of the Sky Demon's chaotic mind, he was unable to break through. Perhaps this is what they call where there are gains, there are losses. The moment he came into contact with Sheng Buell, Ling Xiao knew about Sheng Buell's situation. His Tai Chi I was not given for nothing. Sky Devil Blast. Seeing that his attack was easily blocked by Ling Xiao, Sheng Buell flew into a rage out of humiliation. He let out a ferocious roar, then a frightening energy erupted from his body. The energy turned into a violent energy, and it formed an explosive energy on his palm. It wanted to explode Ling Xiao's finger. Oh, what an interesting martial skill. I think it's a high-rank second-order Emperor realm martial skill. You're all descendants of the Dongsheng imperial family. Why is your martial skill so weak? You've cultivated to the peak third divine core realm. At least a high-rank third-order Emperor realm martial skill is worthy of you. Ling Xiao let out a faint smile. Facing the explosive energy, he casually pointed his finger forward. The frightening, explosive energy was actually reflected back. Bang! A frightening explosion sounded out in front of Sheng Buell. When Sheng Buell wanted to dodge, it was already too late. He was sent flying dozens of meters away by his own attack. When he landed on the ground, his entire body was covered in blood. You're no match for me, just surrender. Ling Xiao stood there and said while looking at Sheng Buell with an indifferent expression. He knew that this man might have made a mistake in the past, but it was all because he was bewitched by the heavenly devil. Right now, the magnificent Sky Sect was in need of people, and this man was very strong. If he could save him, it would be a good thing for the magnificent Sky Sect and Ling Xiao. That was why he didn't kill him. If not, he could kill a mere peak third-order divine core warrior with just a single strike. Ah! Sheng Buell was about to surrender, but suddenly a dark energy started rolling within his body. Both of his eyes had turned pitch black. This was the sign of being possessed by the heavenly devil. I'll kill you! I'll kill you! I'll kill you! After being possessed by the heavenly devil, Sheng Buell's overall strength had skyrocketed. He was now equivalent to an early fourth-order divine core warrior. The frightening energy caused many disciples of the magnificent Sky Sect to faint on the spot. Seeing this, Ling Xiao knew he had to end this fight as soon as possible. His body instantly entered the Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul transformation state. After that, he leapt forward. He collided with Sheng Buell in midair. After that, a cold energy wrapped around Sheng Buell. Sheng Buell was completely frozen into an ice cube. At this point, Ling Xiao still hadn't finished what he wanted to do. He unleashed the bloodthirsty plague, and the plague entered Sheng Buell's body through the ice cube. But this time, it wasn't absorbing blood and qi, it was absorbing the heavenly devil's soul. Ling Xiao planned to leave the heavenly devil's power to Sheng Buell. The heavenly devil's possession was a very powerful skill. If the heavenly devil lost its soul, it wouldn't have any side effects. After a long while, Jiang Chen finally retracted the bloodthirsty plague and completely destroyed the heavenly devil's soul. He then merged the heavenly devil's soul into his own soul realm. Break! The ice cube shattered. Sheng Buell immediately kneeled down on the ground. Senior, thank you for saving my life. Sheng Buell wasn't a bad person. The reason why he was bewitched by the heavenly devil was because he wanted to protect the magnificent Sky Sect. Although he did it, he was used by the heavenly devil, and many disciples of the magnificent Sky Sect were killed. And now, the heavenly devil was captured by Ling Xiao. Not only had Jiang Chen saved his life, he had also saved his soul. How could he not be grateful? When everyone saw what happened, they were all dumbfounded. The arrogant and unruly Shungbule, the Shungbule who killed people like flies. And now he was kneeling in front of this young man. This was too inconceivable. Was this young man really a peak first Heavenly Core warrior? They started doubting their own judgment. You don't have to thank me. I just did something insignificant. I think you should apologize to the Magnificent Sky Sect for what you did. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. Shungbule nodded his head. Then he stood up from the ground and said, Shungbule was bewitched by the heavenly devil and committed an unforgivable crime. Today, I was saved by a mighty man and my heart was restored. I swear, I will protect the Magnificent Sky Sect with my life. Even if I die, I won't regret it. Grandpa Jiu, have you really recovered? This was the first time Sheng Xingzong had addressed Shungbule as Grandpa. Actually, he knew what happened in the past. Although he was just a little kid at that time, he still remembered it clearly. If the Magnificent Sky Sect wasn't in a life and death situation, Shungbule wouldn't have been bewitched by the heavenly devil. One had to know that before that, Shungbule had made great contributions to the sect. Even if everyone else betrayed the Magnificent Sky Sect, he wouldn't. Chapter 3794. I've recovered, Shungbule said excitedly. You don't have to worry about the heavenly demon causing me to lose my mind and attack my own people. Since Ninth Grandpa has recovered his mind, I'm willing to return the position of sect master to you. Sheng Xingzong said. Don't talk about it anymore. No matter what the reason was in the past, it's a fact that I made a big mistake. I'm only willing to use my life to wash away my sins. As for the position of sect master, don't mention it again. Shungbule shook his head. Sheng Xingzong, don't make things difficult for him. Doing so will only make him feel more guilty. Just think of it as a godly weapon of the Shengtian sect, used to protect the sect. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Oh, right, you've done so much for Shengtian sect, but I don't even know your name. Please tell me, Sheng Xingzong hurriedly said. Ling Xiao smiled and said, all right, I've told you the key thing. Next, I need to discuss with the higher-ups. You can go to the main hall now. Shungbule, Sheng Hao, Wang Huairen, Sheng Yu, you four come. Listen to young Hero Ling. Everyone, disperse. 3 Supreme Elders, 10 Elders. You and the person designated by young Hero Ling can enter the main hall for a private discussion. Sheng Xingzong ordered. With the sect master's order, the others had to leave even if they didn't want to. In the main hall, everyone sat down. Ling Xiao was arranged to sit in the seat of honor. He didn't hold back. In the mystic world, martial arts were respected. Age was an illusion. Whoever was stronger would be respected. Ling Xiao was the same. You must have a lot of questions to ask. You can ask now. If I can answer, I'll answer. If I can't help. Ling Xiao said lightly. As soon as he said that, Sheng Xingzong cupped his hands and said, Young Hero Ling, may I ask if you're from the Purple Kingdom? According to our genealogy, our ancestor disappeared in the Purple Kingdom. Ling Xiao nodded and said, That's right. So, young Hero Ling, what is your purpose in coming to the Shengtian sect? Is it just to convey the news of the ancestor's death? A Supreme Elder asked. This was a question that everyone present wanted to know. With Ling Xiao's strength, if he was willing to stay and lead Shengtian sect would definitely become even more powerful. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I was entrusted by the Dongsheng ancient emperor to specially search for the whereabouts of the Dongsheng imperial family. The ancient emperor said, if your lives are peaceful, then don't do anything. If you are in danger, I hope I can help you. That's the real reason I'm here. It's true. That's great. I didn't expect the old ancestor to still remember us. Thank you so much, young hero Ling. If you're willing to help, our Shengtian sect will not be bullied again. Sheng Xingzong said excitedly. Sheng Buell also showed an excited expression. He had fought Ling Xiao before, so he knew how powerful Ling Xiao was. Just to stop being bullied, isn't your dream a little too small? Haven't you thought about unifying Half-Demon City? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Unifying Half-Demon City. This was something that no one had ever thought about. They just wanted to live a good life. Is that possible? Sheng Hao asked. Why not? It's possible as long as I'm here. Ling Xiao said with a smile. If that's the case, I'm willing to give up the position of sect master. Sheng Xingzong suddenly stood up and said. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, forget about the position of sect master. I just want to help you unify Half-Demon City. I don't want to be your sect master. Give me a more leisurely position, the kind where I can have time to cultivate. Why don't we let young hero Ling be the supreme sect master of Xingtian sect? I've had this position before. Although it's a leisurely position, it's a respected position. You don't have to care about other people's business. You just have to help when the sect is in danger. Sheng Buell suddenly said. Good. This is a good suggestion. With young hero Ling's strength and character, he's definitely qualified to be the supreme sect master. Moreover, he's the disciple of the great ancestor. According to seniority, he's actually much older than us. Sheng Xingzong was overjoyed. The others also nodded. Well, if that's the case, I'll be the supreme sect master. Ling Xiao did not refuse. He had to have a position. Otherwise, when he wanted to use Shengtian sect in the future, it wouldn't be good if he didn't have a position. Tell me, what happened to Shengtian sect in these years to make you fall to such a state? Although I can roughly guess, it's not as detailed as what you say. Let me hear it. Ling Xiao looked at Sheng Xingzong and said, It's a long story. Sheng Xingzong then gave a general overview of the situation. Basically, it was similar to Ling Xiao's guess. At first, they changed their surname from Dongsheng to Sheng because they were hunted down by the Gu family of the Dongsheng superpower. After changing their surname, the Sheng family seemed to have lost their luck and their situation became more and more bleak. As a result, the bloodthirsty sect took away the place they had lived in for tens of thousands of years. Then, they came to this remote place. Later, in order to let the Sheng family reproduce, Xingtian sect was established. At first, it was good, but when the bloodthirsty sect found out about this, they were afraid that the Sheng family would seek revenge when they became stronger. So, they instigated the surrounding sects to put pressure on Shengtian sect. If Shengtian sect did not have the Eastern Emperor Demon Vanquishing Array, they would have been destroyed. Even so, they would still harass them from time to time. As a result, Shengtian sect lived in exhaustion and fear every day. Many of their disciples escaped, and many died. They were getting weaker and weaker. This situation was exactly the same as Ling Xiao's speculation. After listening, he continued to ask, what forces are nearby? There are many forces, but only 3 are truly powerful. They are the Sunset Sect, the Lion's Roar Sect, the Vampire Sect. Then, Sheng Xingzong gave a detailed introduction of the 3 forces. The Sunset Sect was a human sect like Shengtian sect. However, most of the martial artists in the sect were cruel, a bit like the demon sect. It was said that the Sunset Sect had a contract with the insect demon. Disciples of the sect had to choose to be possessed by the insect demon as soon as they joined the sect. In this sect, there was only one perfect 4th Heavenly Core warrior. There were also 3 perfect 3rd Heavenly Core warriors, and they were much stronger than Shengtian sect. As for disciples, they numbered in the tens of thousands. The Lion's Roar sect was a half-demon sect. The sect was led by the half-demon Mad Lion. There were 2 mid-4th heavenly core warriors in the sect. There were also tens of thousands of disciples. The vampire sect was led by half-demon vampire bats. The sect was mostly made up of half-demon birds. There were also 2/4 heavenly core warriors, and their overall strength was on par with the Lion's Roar sect. Any one of these 3 forces was stronger than Shengtian's sect. If one of the vampire sect's perfect 4th heavenly core warriors wasn't killed by the Eastern Emperor Demon vanquishing array, the gap between them would be even greater. After that, the 3 forces stopped attacking Shengtian's sect from the front. But they kept causing trouble for Shengtian's sect. They threatened disciples to leave the sect. They robbed Shengtian's sect of their resources. In any case, he would resort to any means necessary. Chapter 3795. Facing the pressure from the Falling Dawn sect, Lion's Roar sect, and Sucking Blood sect, the Magnificent Heaven sect was able to survive until now. That was already a miracle. But now, the Magnificent Heaven sect was trapped in the valley, and they lacked resources and energy. No matter how talented they were, they couldn't make bricks without straw, and they couldn't make any progress in their cultivation. For the past 3 years, no one from the Magnificent Heaven sect had joined them. On the contrary, many of them had left. One should know that when the Shengtian sect was at its peak, it had 60,000 disciples. For any power, resources were everything. Without resources, there would be no hope. The Magnificent Heaven sect had thought of fighting to the death. But the problem was, what could they use to fight? Facing the 3 superpowers, if the Magnificent Heaven sect really wanted to fight, it would be something the other superpowers would be happy to see. Have you ever thought about migrating? Ling Xiao asked. Of course, but aside from this half-demon city, we really don't know where else to go. Although it has been 10,000 years, the Gu family still sees us as a thorn in their side. If we leave this half-demon city, we might be wiped out in an instant. Although we're half dead now, we can still hold on, and perhaps a miracle will happen. But once we leave, we'll be finished. Sheng Xingzong shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "You're right." Ling Xiao agreed. He had heard about the Gu family hunting down the Dongsheng imperial family. Furthermore, even without the Gu family, with the Magnificent Heaven sect's current strength, it would still be dangerous for them to migrate. All right, sect chief, don't be sad. The so-called 3 great forces were nothing more than clowns jumping around. If we want to unify this half-demon city, we'll have to deal with these 3 clowns first. Since I'm here, I'll definitely help the Magnificent Heaven sect develop. After understanding the situation, Ling Xiao became even more confident. Among the 3 superpowers, only the perfect 4th heavenly core warrior could pose a threat to him. But aside from helping the Dongsheng imperial family, there was another important reason he came here, and that was to hide and cultivate. He wanted to study the things he found in the burial ground. For him, a battle was an opportunity to increase his strength. Since he couldn't go anywhere now, he might as well stay here for the time being. Sect chief, don't underestimate the enemy. One of the grand elders reminded, because he felt that Ling Xiao was underestimating the 3 major forces. Don't worry, I won't underestimate him. Ling Xiao smiled and did not explain too much. No matter how much he said, it was better to do one thing. Since the 3 great forces often came to the Shengtian sect to cause trouble, that would make things easier. He had plenty of opportunities to display his powerful cultivation, even though he didn't explain. However, everyone present was still full of confidence in him. After all, he was the one who easily defeated Sheng Buell, who was a peak 3rd divine core warrior. Judging from this, Ling Zhao's strength should be at least at the perfect third divine core realm. Since there were two peak third divine core warriors guarding the sect, the Shengtian sect had become much safer. After the discussion, everyone left the main hall. He gathered everyone again and announced Ling Zhao's identity as the Grand Sect Master. Everyone was surprised to hear the news. However, after the initial shock, he was pleasantly surprised. Ling Zhao's strength was obvious to all. To have such a strong man become the Grand Sect Master of the Shengtian sect, especially when the Shengtian sect was in danger. This had boosted their confidence. This is great. Old ancestor Sheng Buell has regained his consciousness. Now, we have another Grand Sect Master. With two mighty warriors, our Shengtian sect might really have a chance to rise again. I don't want to return to my prime, but at least I'll be able to obtain cultivation resources in the future. That's great. Everyone was discussing the news, and they were all cheering. However, if they knew that Ling Zhao's goal was to let the Shengtian sect unify the entire half-demon city, perhaps their jaws would drop to the ground. Therefore, Ling Xiao and Sheng Xingzong didn't mention it. Things had to be done slowly. When the Shengtian sect became powerful, it would be a matter of course. Since I've become the Grand Sect Master of the Shengtian sect, I'll give all of you a free gift. Ling Xiao smiled. Then he flew up into the sky. He observed the surrounding terrain. After that, he flew back and forth in the sect like a ghost. This lasted for more than an hour. Only then did he stop. Everyone was still wondering what Ling Xiao was doing. Suddenly, the phantom of a divine dragon rushed out from the ground and roared at the sky. At the same time, the entire valley seemed to be wrapped in abundant spiritual energy. Everyone felt that the spiritual energy in the air was increasing crazily. Many warriors who were about to break through actually broke through one after another. It was like bamboo shoots after a rain. Dragon Vein. This is the spiritual energy dragon vein. The Grand Sect Master is indeed an expert. He can actually use a formation to stimulate the spiritual energy dragon vein. Although we all know about this dragon vein, we can't awaken it. This is great. This is really great. Sheng Xingzong and the others directly knelt down, kowtowing to Ling Xiao in the sky to thank him. When this wave of spiritual energy storm stabilized, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. There were only more than 1,000 people left in the Shengtian sect, and almost everyone's cultivation had increased. Some people increased several realms in a row because their cultivation was relatively low. Some people with high cultivation had also broken through the shackles. The happiest person was Sheng Buell. He had broken through to the early fourth divine core realm. Wang Huiren had broken through to the first divine core realm as well. Even Ling Xiao had broken through to the mid-third divine core realm because of the impact from the dragon vein. However, he didn't improve as much as the others. After all, he had always enjoyed better resources. As for the people of the Shengtian sect, it was like rain after the rain. They were completely different. Grand Sect Master! Grand Sect Master! Shouts and cheers sounded out from within the Shengtian sect. Ling Xiao only used a small trick to make these people worship him endlessly and admire him endlessly. If he wanted to order them around in the future, it would be very easy. Everyone, get up. Ling Xiao landed on the ground and helped Sheng Xingzong up. After that, he said, this dragon vein's energy is just one of the reasons. Cultivation is also inseparable from pills and soul stones. Does the Shengtian sect still have any left? We do, but we've used up all the upper rank soul stones. What's left is 10 million mid-rank soul stones. There's nothing we can do about it. The Shengtian sect basically doesn't have any income right now. We're just sitting there and eating. Are you serious? They're still using mid-rank soul stones to cultivate. I'm afraid for divine core warriors, it's no longer useful. Even for divine vein warriors, mid-rank soul stones won't have much effect. Listen to me. Take out all the 10 million mid-rank soul stones and distribute them to all the disciples below the divine core realm. Using the soul stones and the dragon vein energy, I'm sure they'll be able to break through in a short period of time. As for the future, just leave it to me. Ling Xiao looked at Sheng Xingzong and said, "No problem." After witnessing Ling Xiao's ability to stimulate the dragon vein, Sheng Xingzong had decided to bet everything on Ling Xiao. Chapter 3796. If Ling Xiao failed, Shengtian sect would be completely destroyed. If Ling Xiao won, Shengtian sect would improve greatly. Immediately, Ling Xiao took Sheng Xingzong's storage ring and said, "I know you guys are working hard at the beginning. So, these 1 million high-grade spirit stones are the starting capital that I'm lending you guys. Use it to cultivate. Return it to me when you earn more spirit stones in the future. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it." Ling Xiao had made it very clear that these 1 million high-grade spiritual stones were not given to the Shengtian sect for free. It was equivalent to a loan. They would have to return it with interest. He definitely couldn't let Shengtian sect develop the bad habit of being lazy. However, it wouldn't do if he didn't give them any spirit stones. Shengtian sect wouldn't be able to develop. Anyway, he already had hundreds of millions of high-grade spirit stones. Giving them 1 million was just a drop in the ocean. To him, it was. But to Shengtian sect, this was definitely a huge sum of money, an astronomical figure. Even the 3 major forces' stockpiles were about the same amount. Ling Xiao actually lent it to them with a wave of his hand. Shengtian sect is extremely grateful. You are the benefactor of our Shengtian sect. Everyone knelt down again. Don't kneel, it's troublesome. Let me ask you, who in your sect knows how to refine pills? Or do you have the talent? Ling Xiao wouldn't give them pills for free. However, he could train alchemists to refine them. This way, it wouldn't affect his cultivation. You use direction of development is alchemy. Unfortunately, she doesn't have enough resources, which has affected her development. Sheng Xingzong hurriedly said, "All right, then, Sheng Yu, you will learn alchemy from me in the future." Ling Xiao looked at the delicate girl. Sheng Yu was only around 18 years old, and her strength was only at the 8th level of the divine vein realm. However, this didn't affect her learning alchemy. Disciple greets master. Sheng Yu hurriedly knelt down and surrendered. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "I will stay in your alchemy room in the future. Don't disturb me. If there's anything, I'll come out myself." Wouldn't that be unfair to Grand Sect Master? Sheng Xingzong felt somewhat apologetic. It doesn't matter. A place of residence is nothing to a cultivator. Ling Xiao shook his head and headed to the alchemy room with Sheng Yu. "Sheng Yu, since you've already acknowledged me as your master, your cultivation is a little unbearable." Just like that, he took the purple sun pill. "Master will help you break through. At the very least, you'll need to break through to the divine core realm before you're qualified to learn my alchemy skills." Speaking of which, Ling Xiao had never formally accepted a disciple before. He had a lot of brothers and friends, but only Sheng Yu was his true disciple. The reason why he didn't object to Sheng Yu becoming his disciple was because he saw Sheng Yu's talent. This little girl's martial arts aptitude was 100 times stronger than Zilong's. Furthermore, he had inherited the martial spirit of the Dongsheng royal family, the Eastern Emperor Tai. This Dong Huang Tai was originally one of the 12 human immortals under the Human King. He was incomparably powerful. Otherwise, the Dongsheng royal family wouldn't have become so powerful. Her talent was probably second only to Ling Xiao. Her talent was even better than his good brothers Xiao Jin and Long Chen. It was a pity that her talent was buried. If he didn't accept this disciple, it would be a waste of her talent. Sheng Yu's talent in alchemy wasn't any weaker than Ling Xiao's. This was what Yuan Venerate had secretly told Ling Xiao. Otherwise, with Ling Xiao's personality, he wouldn't have agreed to accept her as his disciple so easily. Sheng Yu was a charming little girl. Ling Xiao wasn't old either. Logically speaking, Sheng Yu would be a little wary of Ling Xiao. After all, a man and a woman were alone in a room. However, when Ling Xiao asked Sheng Yu to take the purple sun pill, she didn't hesitate at all. It wasn't because this little girl was naive, but because she truly trusted Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao wanted to take advantage of her, there was no need for him to use the pill. After swallowing the purple sun pill, Ling Xiao circulated his energy to help Sheng Yu digest the pill. After that, he used the Dongsheng Empress Divine Pill to help Sheng Yu temper her body. After a day, Sheng Yu's cultivation had broken through to the half-step Divine Core realm. Ling Xiao didn't need to waste any more time. He taught Sheng Yu the Blood Sun scripture. Ling Xiao also started his own cultivation. He had broken through twice in a row recently, so he didn't have the time to calm down and consolidate his mental state. Now he had the time. As for Sheng Yu, she had been reborn. Her cultivation speed might not be faster than Ling Xiao's. However, she would definitely be faster than most of the geniuses in the four regions. After being carved by Ling Xiao's hands, this piece of jade had become extremely dazzling. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Sheng Yu was still in a state of cultivation. Her cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds, as if she was sitting on a flying sword. As for Ling Xiao, he didn't stay idle as well. During this period of time, he had gone out a few times to clean up some powerful demon beasts for the Magnificent Sky Sect. Those demon beasts were sent by the bloodthirsty sect to keep an eye on the Magnificent Sky Sect. All of them were extremely strong. All of them were at the third Divine Core realm. The strongest one was at the fourth Divine Core realm. While fighting with them, the ancient emperor of Dongsheng's divine pill kept merging with his inner core. The ancient emperor of Dongsheng's cultivation was also being absorbed by him. His cultivation had broken through from the mid-third Divine Core realm to the late third Divine Core realm. After that, he broke through to the perfect third Divine Core realm. Only then did he stop. It was extremely difficult to break through to the next stage. However, when his cultivation had broken through to the perfect third Heavenly Divine Core realm, he was confident that he could defeat a perfect fourth Heavenly Divine Core warrior. As for an early fifth Divine Core warrior, if he used the martial soul of Tyrant, he could still defeat them. Today, he returned to the Magnificent Sky Sect to rest. Suddenly, he sensed an uninvited guest within the range of his divine sense. Is trouble here? A smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. It was time to show his true strength. Ask Wang Huairan, Sheng Hao, and the others to fight. Sheng Buell, don't do anything. I promise they'll be fine. Ling Xiao told the entire Magnificent Sky Sect using his soul. During this 1 month, not only had Sheng Yu and Jiang Chen broken through, Wang Huairan and Sheng Hao had improved a lot as well. Actually, they should have broken through to the Divine Core realm a long time ago. But they didn't have enough energy and resources, which was why they couldn't make any progress. Now, they had everything they needed. Naturally, they would be able to improve by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. This 1 month was considered a short period of time. After that, their cultivation speed would slow down, and they would return to their original speed. But even so, Wang Huairan's cultivation had reached the early second Divine Core realm. Sheng Hao's cultivation had also reached the perfect first divine core realm. Compared to their previous strength, they were much stronger now. Now that their cultivation had improved, what they needed to do next was to fight. Although these people who spoke were a little strong. But with Ling Xiao here, they would be fine. A group of about 100 men appeared outside the Magnificent Sky Sect's entrance. Among them was Chen Shuzhong, who had left the Magnificent Sky Sect a month ago, and two of his best friends. Chapter 3797. Apart from Chen Shuzhong, who left the Xingtian sect a month ago, and two of his best friends, there were over 100 people here. However, 3 of them seemed to be their leaders, as they were rather eye-catching. 2 of them were men, and 1 was a woman. One of the men and woman was standing side by side with Chen Shuzhong. The man had a handsome face. Although he wasn't handsome, he was definitely one of the best. He was in his early 20s, and he was emitting an arrogant and disdainful aura. As for the woman, she had a pretty face and could be considered a beauty, although she was still far from being comparable to Moon Maiden and Cold Plum. But from an ordinary person's point of view, she was indeed very outstanding. However, the cold and mocking look in her eyes made Jiang Chen feel uncomfortable. The 3rd man wasn't standing. He was sitting in a palanquin. When the curtain of the palanquin was opened, his face could be clearly seen. But compared to his appearance, what caught Jiang Chen's attention was his strength. With Wang Huairan's current cultivation, he still couldn't see through this man's strength. This man was obviously the first person who came to the Shengtian sect to cause trouble. Wang Huairan furrowed his brows. Then he turned to Chen Shuzhong and said, "Should I call you eldest senior brother now? Or should I call you a traitor? You chose to join the Falling Dawn sect, and the sect chief didn't blame you. But you shouldn't have brought people here to cause trouble." Chen Shuzhong sneered. "I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want to tell you that leaving the Xingtian sect is the right choice. In just 1 month's time, with the help of the Falling Dawn sect, I've broken through to the early first heavenly core realm. But what benefits do you get by staying in the Xingtian sect? Brothers, I can't enjoy this fortune alone. Therefore, all of you should follow me and join the Falling Dawn sect. It's much better than staying in this hopeless place." Get lost. Sheng Hao was a hot-tempered man, and when he heard what Chen Shuzhong said, he became furious. "Because you were once my eldest senior brother, I'll give you face today. If you don't get lost now, don't blame me for being rude." Hearing this, Chen Shuzhong was startled. "Ha ha ha, Sheng Hao, I've been tolerating you for a long time. You're just an 8th level divine vein warrior. How dare you act so atrociously in front of me? Only you from the Xingtian sect are qualified to enter the Xingtian sect. You guys, go and test that trash Sheng Hao's strength." Chen Shuzhong waved his hand. His 2 best friends, who had left with him, suddenly rushed forward. He charged straight at Sheng Hao. When these 2 men left, their cultivation bases were similar to Sheng Hao's, but now they were both half-step divine core warriors. In Chen Shuzhong's view, Sheng Hao was definitely not their match. However, in the next moment, to his surprise, the 2 of them didn't even touch Sheng Hao before they were sent flying by 2 Xingtian sect disciples who rushed out from the crowd. They are not qualified to fight with senior brother Sheng Hao. In this month, all the disciples of the Xingtian sect had improved their cultivation. In the past, those who were not as good as Chen Shuzhong's 2 best friends had already surpassed them. What's going on? Chen Shuzhong was stunned. This was completely different from what he had imagined. "Sheng Hao, you piece of trash. How dare you let others fight for you? The Sheng family really is trash." He suddenly roared. "Don't do anything. I'll fight this traitor Chen Shuzhong." Sheng Hao crossed his arms and walked out from the crowd. He beckoned Chen Shuzhong with his finger and said, Come, you keep calling others trash. Let's see how strong you really are. Humph. Chen Shuzhong coldly harumphed. In order to show off in front of his master, he unleashed his true energy. His true energy erupted from his body, unleashing the aura of an early first-tier divine core warrior. After that, he dashed in front of Sheng Hao and threw a punch at him. Facing Chen Shuzhong's attack, Sheng Hao didn't even fight back. He just let Chen Shuzhong's punch land on his body. Are you trying to tickle me? Sheng Hao looked at Chen Shuzhong with disdain. He didn't even move an inch under the punch. Let me show you my fist. With a sneer, Sheng Hao suddenly threw a punch at Chen Shuzhong's face. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. After that, Chen Shuzhong was sent flying away. The bones on his face were broken, and it looked like his entire face had caved in. He stared at Sheng Hao in horror. He couldn't believe what had just happened. This is impossible. How is this possible? You're just a piece of trash. How did you suddenly become so strong in this trash sect? Chen Shuzhong knew the magnificent heaven sect too well. This was the reason why he dared to come here and cause trouble for the magnificent heaven sect. He wanted to ask for credit from his master, but reality had given him a hard slap in the face. He didn't even know what had just happened, and the current situation had already happened. Sheng Hao stared at Chen Shuzhong and sneered. You left the magnificent heaven sect a month ago. If you had stayed as a disciple of the Falling Dawn sect, we wouldn't have met each other again, and we wouldn't have become enemies. I wouldn't have called you a traitor. After all, the choice you made in that situation was everyone's own choice. But now you've brought a bunch of outsiders here to cause trouble for the magnificent heaven sect. This is the behavior of a scumbag. Hee hee, what an arrogant tone. Suddenly, the girl laughed out loud. Although I don't know what happened to the magnificent heaven sect. The underground dragon vein has actually awakened. But the awakening of the dragon vein also means you have to leave this place. A trash sect like yours doesn't deserve to have such a good dragon vein. Lin Xiaoqian, why have you become like this? You've become so vicious and despicable. Wang Huairan suddenly said. Lin Xiaoqian smiled. Then she looked at Wang Huairan and said, Hee hee hee. I don't think there's anything wrong with this. Don't tell me you're still thinking about our engagement. What a joke. You think you're worthy? My man is Shen Luoqiu, who is standing right next to me. He is a peak, first heavenly core warrior, and he is just in his 20s. He has a bright future ahead of him. As for you, you're going to rot and degenerate in this trash sect. You're going to die together with this trash sect. I'm sorry, but in my heart, there's no place for a bitch like you. As for that trash sect you keep talking about, it's no longer what it used to be. Not only is the magnificent heaven sect going to rise again, it's going to unify the entire half-demon city. Too bad, you might never see it. Wang Huairan looked at Lin Xiaoqian with an indifferent expression. Before this, he still had a trace of longing for her. But after hearing Lin Xiaoqian's vicious words, he completely let go. There were so many women in this world, and even the magnificent heaven sect had many good female disciples. When the magnificent heaven sect rose again, there would be even more good women. So, why should he hang himself on Lin Xiaoqian, who was a tree full of worms? Right now, his cultivation was at the early second heavenly core realm. With the help of the sect master, he had made incredible progress, although his cultivation speed would slow down in the future. Don't forget, he wasn't even 20 years old yet. He still had a long way to go. As long as the magnificent heaven sect grew, his progress would be even faster. As for this vicious woman, he would leave her far behind. Chapter 3798. Hee hee, do you think what I just heard is a joke? Trash disciples from trash sects. You really like to lie to yourselves. Unify the entire half-demon city? This is something not even the Falling Dawn sect dares to dream about. Are you all daydreaming? Lin Shaoqian laughed exaggeratedly. She was intentionally humiliating the Shengtian sect. Senior disciple Sheng Hao, who are these people? Seeing how arrogant they were, the disciples of the Shengtian sect couldn't help but ask. They had been trapped in this valley for a long time. They really didn't know much about the outside world. But Sheng Hao had ventured out a few times, so he might know more about the outside world. Sheng Hao sneered. Then he pointed at Shin Luoqiu and said, Shin Luoqiu from the Falling Dawn sect, early second heavenly core realm, one of the core disciples of the Falling Dawn sect. That evil woman, Lin Shaoqian, a peak first heavenly core warrior, also a core disciple of the Falling Dawn sect. She is also senior disciple Wang's fiancée. Later on, because the Shengtian sect had declined, she came here to publicly break off the engagement. This incident caused a huge uproar, and senior disciple Wang had almost become the laughingstock of the entire half-demon city. As for the man in the palanquin, he is the #1 core disciple of the Falling Dawn sect, the son of the sect chief. Boundless Falling Dawn. It's Boundless Falling Dawn. When this name was mentioned, all the disciples of the Shengtian sect knew who it was. Although none of them had seen Boundless Falling Dawn before, they still knew who he was. This young man was in his 30s, and he had just broken through to the early 4th Heavenly Core realm 3 years ago. Not only was he the #1 genius of the Falling Dawn sect, he was also one of the top geniuses in the entire half-demon city. Now, this person's cultivation would only be stronger than 3 years ago. If this happened a month ago, no one in the entire Shengtian sect was Boundless Falling Dawn's match, including Sheng Buell. As for Shin Luoqiu, if this happened a month ago, only sect chief Sheng Xingzong and Sheng Buell could defeat him. As for the others, they couldn't do anything about it. Even Lin Shaoqian was only a supreme elder of the Shengtian sect a month ago. This was the Shengtian sect that suffered a tragedy a month ago. It's reasonable for them to be called trash. Wang Huairan, how dare you call me Shin Luoqiu's woman? I think you're courting death. Our sect master once wanted to take you in as a disciple, saying that your aptitude is stronger than mine. He was even close to eldest senior brother Endless Sunset. But from what I see, you're just trash. While speaking, Shin Luoqiu deliberately hugged Lin Shaoqian and revealed a mocking expression. Lin Shaoqian was also very cooperative. Unfortunately, Wang Huairan's expression remained the same. He was indifferent, as if he was just watching a monkey play. Perhaps a month ago, he would still feel terrible, but now he was very calm. This made him feel a little surprised. Strength doesn't depend on words. Wang Huairan looked at Shin Luoqiu indifferently and said, I know that you are ranked second among the core disciples of the Falling Dawn sect. Whether it was talent or strength, he was only slightly weaker than Endless Sunset. However, the days of you behaving atrociously in the Shengtian sect are long over. You must not have looked at the almanac when you went out today, right? Trash, you're full of confidence, aren't you? From the looks of it, you seem to think you can fight me? Shin Luoqiu smiled. Then, a ferocious look appeared on his face. The only reason he came to the Shengtian sect was to kill Wang Huairan. He hated it when people said that Wang Huairan's talent was better than his. He hated it when people said that Wang Huairan didn't join a good sect. Therefore, he wanted to kill Wang Huairan and let his master know that he was much better than Wang Huairan. Of course, there was one more thing. Lin Shaoqian used to be together with Wang Huairan. This had always been a knot in his heart. In order to solve this knot, he had to kill Wang Huairan. Sect chief, Are we really just going to watch and not do anything? Within the main palace of the Shengtian sect, what was happening outside was being projected onto a glass ball. A supreme elder looked at Sheng Xingzong and asked worriedly. Sheng Xingzong replied with a smile, "In this 1 month, the Shengtian sect has changed completely. All of this was brought to us by our supreme sect chief. If he says there's no need, then there's no need. Besides, even if we go there, we're still no match for endless sunset." Although everyone's cultivation had improved tremendously during this 1 month, the Shengtian sect's disciples were still in a daze. Sheng Xingzong had broken through to the early third divine core realm. The 3 supreme elders had also broken through to the peak second divine core realm. Compared to endless sunset, there was still a huge gap. Unless Sheng Buell intervened, but he was in secluded cultivation right now. But Huiran has just broken through to the early second divine core realm. That Shun Luoqiu has been in this realm for a few years. He's definitely stronger than Huiran. If this continues, Huiran will be killed. A supreme elder said with a frown on his face. That's right. If these guys had come a little later, perhaps Huiran would have been able to defeat Shun Luoqiu. Another man said, "It's meaningless to talk about this now. We have to believe in Huiran. Although his cultivation hasn't broken through to the second divine core realm, his mental state has already reached the second divine core realm. It's just that he didn't have enough resources. That's why he couldn't break through. I believe that his combat strength will definitely be stronger than Shun Luoqiu. I believe in Supreme Sect Chief's judgment as well." Right now, Sheng Xingzong worshipped Ling Xiao. In just a month's time, Sheng Xingzong had changed so much. Before this, he thought that unifying Half-Demon City was just a joke. But now, he suddenly felt that it might actually be possible. "Wang Huiran, if you're a man, do you dare to fight me?" Shun Luoqiu suddenly challenged Wang Huiran. "That's boring. Why don't we have a life and death duel today?" Wang Huiran suddenly said, "Life and death duel." Hearing this, Shun Luoqiu was startled. He really wanted to find a chance to kill Wang Huiran. This Wang Huiran was just giving him a pillow. But why? He was actually wondering in his mind. Since Wang Huiran was asking for a life and death duel so straightforwardly, did he have something to rely on? You don't have the guts. Wang Huiran sneered. "You're a core disciple of the Falling Sunset sect. Are you going to admit defeat? Stop bluffing." "Fine. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Shun Luoqiu wanted to kill Wang Huiran. Now that he had the chance, how could he not seize it? Also, Wang Huiran's provocation made him feel really uncomfortable. What did he mean by admitting defeat? He didn't want to be scolded like this. If he didn't accept the challenge today, he would be laughed at by his fellow disciples when he returned. Therefore, both men signed a life and death contract. Life and death is up to fate. I won't pick a fight after this. After signing the life and death contract, both men walked out from the crowd. Senior disciple Wang, let's give these bastards from the Falling Sunset sect a surprise. Let them know that our magnificent sky sect is not someone they can mess with. Chapter 3799. Don't worry, I won't waste the opportunity Supreme Sect Master created for me. Wang Huiran looked back at Sheng Hao with strong confidence in his eyes. If it was a month ago, he probably wouldn't have survived facing Shun Luoqiu. But now, everything was different. Supreme Sect Master Ling Zhao's appearance changed everything. I didn't expect you to be as stupid as before, and even more arrogant. Lin Shaoqian looked at Wang Huiran with disdain and said to Shun Luoqiu, "Senior brother Luoqiu, don't be merciful. I don't want to see this idiot again. Spoils my appetite. I'll listen to you. I'll let this idiot know how trashy Shengtian's sect is." "How trashy he is." Shun Luoqiu still didn't take Wang Huairan seriously. Even if Wang Huairan had improved, how much could he improve in a month? Xingtian sect didn't have any resources. How could they overturn the heavens with just a dragon vein? Both sides retreated, leaving an open space for the two to fight. In the open space, Shun Luoqiu and Wang Huairan each stood on one side, dozens of meters apart. Die. Shun Luoqiu was too lazy to talk nonsense. He believed that with his strength, he only needed one move to make Wang Huairan fall. His figure flashed and suddenly turned into an afterimage, rushing toward Wang Huairan. Halfway, a sharp sword appeared in his hand. On the sword blade, there was a black sword light twining around. The space seemed to distort a little because of his terrifying power. This sword was aimed at Wang Huairan's heart. He wanted to take Wang Huairan's life. Bone-eroding devil sword. When the sword chi stabbed out, the aura of a devil appeared. It seemed that the Falling Dawn sect's martial artists had insect demons in their bodies. Flying cloud pierce. Wang Huairan didn't dare to be negligent. He also took out a sword, shouted coldly, and stabbed out with the sword in his hand. Like a sharp blade formed by clouds, the sword light skyrocketed. The sword chi blasted toward the opponent. Bang! This time, Shun Luoqiu was obviously at a disadvantage. He wanted to kill Wang Huairan in one move, but he looked down on Wang Huairan. Therefore, the sword art he used was only a first-level emperor level martial skill. It wasn't his strongest martial skill. Wang Huairan was different. He had absolutely no intention of underestimating his opponent. Thus, he used his strongest martial skill right from the start. A high-grade first-order emperor class martial skill. The two swords collided. A terrifying aura burst out in all directions. Countless gullies also appeared on the ground. Although it was not very deep, everyone knew how terrifying of a destructive power it would produce if it were to pierce a person's body. Pooh! Shun Luoqiu spurted out a mouthful of blood, and her body was sent flying. She fell to the ground more than 10 meters away. On the other hand, Wang Huairan only took one step back. There was not the slightest injury. How could this be? How did Wang Huairan become so powerful? The people of the Falling Dawn sect were all shocked. Chun Shuzhong and Lin Shaoqian, in particular, couldn't believe their eyes. When Chun Shuzhong left Shangtian sect, he knew that Wang Huairan's strength was on par with his. But now, Wang Huairan was actually able to injure Shun Luoqiu with a single sword strike. This was too terrifying. Even if Shun Luoqiu underestimated her opponent, it shouldn't be like this. Lin Xiaoqian's expression was even more flabbergasted. She kept saying that Shangtian sect was trash, saying that Wang Huairan was trash. But her man was injured by Wang Huairan with a single sword strike. She couldn't accept this at all. Shun Luoqiu, what are you playing at? The Falling Dawn sect in the Palanquin was unhappy. They came to find trouble with Shangtian sect to dampen their enemy's spirit. But the current situation was that one of their own was beaten, which made him extremely angry. I'm sorry, young sect master. I just underestimated my opponent. Shun Luoqiu stood up from the ground. His injury was indeed not serious, but he was still shocked in his heart. Not only did he fail to kill Wang Huairan with a single move, but he was also injured by Wang Huairan. This was too embarrassing. I thought the people of the Falling Dawn sect were very powerful, saying that our Shangtian sect was trash. But now, it seems that you're just SOSO. Wang Huairan said disdainfully. Bullshit. I just underestimated my opponent. Shun Luoqiu definitely wouldn't admit defeat. Underestimated your opponent. Hee. Then how about you take another move from me? Wang Huairan's confidence grew after injuring Shun Luoqiu. with a single move. He laughed loudly and took the initiative to attack. Above the long sword, there was actually a flash of lightning. It was like a bolt of divine lightning, fiercely striking his opponent. Thundercloud piercing. It was also a high-level first-level Emperor-class martial skill, but the power of this move was obviously more terrifying than the previous one. Seeing this, Shun Luoqiu hurriedly circulated his true essence and used a high-level first-level Emperor-class martial skill to resist. Crackle! Lightning flashed, and Shun Luoqiu was repelled again. Although he wasn't as embarrassed as before, it was still very embarrassing. One must know that Wang Huairan had used a high-level first-level Emperor-class martial skill at the same time, but he only moved back half a step. He was forced to retreat 4 or 5 steps. It's not over yet. Cloud C disorienting step. Wang Huairan didn't show any mercy. He stepped on a flying cloud and crossed a distance of several meters like lightning, instantly arriving in front of Shun Luoqiu. Cloud C chain stab. This time, the attack was as smooth as flowing water, continuously stabbing out. The sword light was like lightning, one after another, so fast that it didn't give Shun Luoqiu any time to react. Shun Luoqiu hastily responded. After receiving a total of 20 attacks, he was finally pierced in the abdomen by the sword, and blood spurted out. He retreated quickly. In terms of talent, Shun Luoqiu was much worse than Wang Huairan. She was only ahead in cultivation because of the rich resources of the Falling Dawn sect. But now, Wang Huairan's cultivation had caught up with Shun Luoqiu. What advantage could Shun Luoqiu have? Shun Luoqiu was about to be defeated. Lin Shaoqian suddenly launched a sneak attack on Wang Huairan. This attack made Wang Huairan lose the best opportunity to kill Shun Luoqiu. A slut is a slut. You can even violate the agreement of a life and death duel. Wang Huairan looked at Lin Shaoqian indifferently, and his eyes revealed a cold, murderous intent. Humph, your Shengtian sect is going to be destroyed. We don't need to talk about rules with you. Lin Shaoqian snorted coldly. Scram. Otherwise, I'll kill you as well, you bitch. Wang Huairan still remembered their friendship in the past and didn't want to kill Lin Shaoqian. Ha! You really still like me. You don't dare to kill me. Lin Shaoqian looked at Wang Huairan sarcastically. Chi! The moment her voice fell, Wang Huairan's sword pierced her throat. Noisy! Isn't it easy to die? He pulled out the sword, and blood spurted out. The moment before Lin Shaoqian died, her eyes were wide open because she didn't expect that Wang Huairan would really dare to pull out his sword on her. The man who was obedient to her in the past had now become so decisive. She wanted to say something, but her consciousness gradually blurred. Wang Huairan didn't even look at Lin Shaoqian's corpse, but looked at Shun Luoqiu. Trash, it's your turn. The life and death duel between us is not over yet. After saying that, he suddenly attacked Shun Luoqiu. Chapter 3800. How dare you? Seeing what happened, Luo Xia finally struck. There was no way he would allow Shun Luoqiu to be killed again. Lin Shaoqian's death was enough to bring shame to the Falling Dawn sect. If Shun Luoqiu also died, then if this matter was spread out, then the Falling Dawn sect would really lose face. He struck out with his palm. A violent palm strike struck toward Wang Huairan. He didn't plan to show any mercy with this palm strike. Luo Xia wanted to kill Wang Huairan to avenge Lin Shaoqian, and at the same time, regain the Falling Dawn sect's lost face. However, the palm strike was easily neutralized by an aura. Without Luo Xia's obstruction, Wang Huairan killed Shun Luoqiu with a single strike. Now, 2 of the Falling Dawn sect's men had been killed. This was a great loss. Who is it? How dare you stop my Falling Dawn sect from killing someone? Luo Xia noticed that the aura that neutralized his palm strike came from the magnificent sky sect. He immediately became furious, and his frightening fourth divine core aura erupted. This caused the disciples guarding the entrance of Xingtian's sect to frown. What a joke! How dare you behave so arrogantly in my magnificent sky sect? A voice sounded out, and a man appeared in front of everyone. After that, Sheng Xingzong and the other men arrived as well. The sect chief is here. The sect chief and the sect chief are here as well. Initially, everyone was worried that Wang Huairan would suffer Luo Xia's revenge after killing Lin Shaoqian and Shen Luoqiu. However, Ling Zhao's appearance was considered to have made everyone swallow a calming pill. Aya, Huairan, you're too impulsive. You've killed someone from the Falling Dawn sect. I'm afraid our magnificent sky sect will have to face their wrath. Perhaps one of the sect elders was still stuck in his old mindset, and he was worried that someone would come looking for trouble. No, he's done a great job. Ling Xiao turned to the sect elder and said, if they don't offend me, I won't offend them. The Falling Dawn sect has already bullied us. Are we still going to hold back? Today, no one from the Falling Dawn sect will leave this place alive. The sect elder agreed. Although he didn't dare refute, in his mind, he felt that Ling Xiao was too impulsive. Ling Xiao knew what he was worried about. That was why he had to use practical actions to make these people's worries disappear completely. Who are you? Endless Sunset frowned as she looked at Ling Xiao. He could feel that this young man's strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. Me? Didn't you hear them? I'm the supreme sect master of the Xingtian sect. Ling Xiao looked at Endless Sunset and said, Supreme sect master? Endless Sunset frowned. He didn't understand when and where the magnificent Heaven sect found such a so-called supreme sect master. But now, he seemed to understand why Xingtian sect's dragon vein was activated. Perhaps it was this person who did it. I don't care who you are, but you should know that the Xingtian sect is surrounded by powerful enemies. I don't know what kind of sweet words they use to trick you into working for them, but if you don't leave Xingtian sect immediately, I'll kill you. I'm afraid you're going to be out of luck next. The endless sunset glow made it impossible to see Ling Zhao's exact cultivation level, so he didn't plan to make a move at this time. It would be best if he could scare Ling Xiao away. What a joke! You guys are considered powerful enemies? What a joke! Ling Xiao said disdainfully. These days, I've been waiting for people to come and provoke me, but you guys didn't come for a month. Maybe I can move my muscles today. Shameless boasting. Since you're not willing to leave the Xingtian sect, I can only kill you. The only thing that Endless Sunset was afraid of was the Eastern Emperor demon vanquishing array. As for this new Supreme Sect Master, he wasn't afraid at all. Die! Endless Sunset suddenly attacked. Her figure was like a rosy sunset glow, and it was impossible to see her real body. Sheng Xingzong subconsciously blocked with his sword. But before he could get close, he was sent flying by Endless Sunset's terrifying aura. Don't make a move. I'll do it. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. The blood sovereign sword appeared in his hand. Then he casually stabbed. A blood-red sword, qi pierced out like a waterfall. At that moment, Endless Sunset, who was rushing over, had a drastic change in expression. He could feel that this casual attack of his opponents was extremely terrifying. In desperation, he changed the sword that was attacking Ling Xiao to block Ling Zhao's sword qi. Boom! A terrifying explosion rang out. The sword qi of the two turned into nothingness at the same time. But Ling Zhao's body didn't move at all. That boundless sunset glow was blasted back into the palanquin. Obviously, he was at a disadvantage. Who the hell are you? Endless Sunset was finally a little scared. The strength that Ling Xiao displayed was too terrifying. In Half-Demon City, he had never heard of such a young warrior who was so powerful. It doesn't matter who I am. Now listen to me clearly. You have two choices. First, be killed by me, and I will return your body to the Sunset Sect. Second, get out of the Sunset Sect, and tell your father to swear allegiance to the Shengtian Sect within 3 days. Otherwise, the Sunset Sect can no longer stay in Half-Demon City. Ling Xiao said coldly. What an arrogant guy. It's just one attack. Do you really think you're stronger than me? Endless Sunset was truly infuriated. Then he soared into the air, and a terrifying aura constantly bloomed from his body. On his hands, there were 2 more metal gloves. This pair of gloves was a mortal heavenly king weapon. Even in the entire Half-Demon City, there were no more than 10 of them. After taking out this pair of metal gloves, Endless Sunset's mood slightly calmed down. Did you see that? The Supreme Sect Master actually repelled Endless Sunset with 1 sword. That's right. He's too powerful. How did he cultivate? In the Shengtian Sect, everyone felt incomparable admiration and respect for Ling Xiao. Of course, they were also curious about his mysteriousness. The only thing they knew was that Ling Xiao had some relationship with the Dong Sheng ancient emperor, Dong Shengyun. I wonder who will win this battle. Sheng Xingzong was a little nervous. Endless Sunset wasn't old, but he was the 4th strongest warrior in the Shengtian sect. Besides the 3 Peak 4th Heavenly Core warriors, he was the strongest warrior in the Shengtian sect. To be honest, they were really worried about him. Once Ling Xiao was defeated, the future of the Shengtian sect would become very bleak. Clang! Clang! A terrifying battle was taking place in the sky. The crowd could only see the light and fire produced by the collision of weapons, but they couldn't see what was going on. Both of them were too strong. Sunset Sky. Suddenly, Endless Sunset let out a furious roar. A terrifying aura burst out from his body. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with sunset lights. Ling Xiao didn't have any space to dodge. This attack is not bad. Too bad, its range is too big, but it's not that powerful. Ling Xiao smiled and sheathed the Blood Sovereign Sword. 9 demon sovereign swords hovered around him. 9 sword beams fused into one. It unleashed the frightening power of a 4th-grade Emperor Realm Martial skill. Whistling through the air, it charged towards Endless Sunset. Chapter 38:01. Facing Endless Luo Xia's strongest attack. Ling Xiao didn't dodge. Instead, he brewed the terrifying 9 swords into one. This was the attack of a 4th Order Emperor martial skill. Compared to Endless Luo Xia's 4th Order Emperor martial skill, it was much more powerful. The terrifying sword Qi brought about a gust of wind, completely blowing away the rosy clouds. Endless Luo Xia couldn't resist at all. After the rosy clouds were destroyed, the attack heavily bombarded Endless Luo Xia's body, blasting him to the ground. He heavily smashed into the ground. His body was almost embedded in the ground. A mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth. This time, the injury was really not light. What kind of martial skill is this? How can it be so terrifying? Endless Luo Xia felt that his consciousness seemed to be a little blurred. It wasn't that he hadn't encountered a strong opponent before, but even so, there had never been a person who could suppress him so miserably. My ribs seem to be broken, and my internal organs are also ruptured. If it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid he would have died. Endless Luo Xia forced himself to stand up, but his body was still swaying. It could be seen that the injury was really not light. This scene made the cultivators of Shengtian sect and Luo Xia sect extremely surprised. The people of Xingtian sect originally hoped that Ling Xiao wouldn't be defeated. No one thought that Ling Xiao could win against Endless Luo Xia. But now, in this battle, Endless Luo Xia was almost completely suppressed by Ling Xiao. The strength of the Supreme Sect Master is really unfathomable. No wonder he's so confident. One had to know that even in the entire Iron and Blood country, Endless Sunset was absolutely considered a top figure among the younger generation. But he can't take any advantage at all. Yeah, it feels like an adult abusing a child. The Supreme Sect Master should be using a Fourth Order Emperor martial skill. Our Xingtian sect doesn't have such a powerful martial skill. While talking, Ling Xiao had already landed on the ground. Hateful insect demon possession. Transform. Endless Luo Xia originally didn't want to use this last resort, because once he entered the insect demon possession, he would completely lose his consciousness. This body would be completely controlled by the insect demon, although his combat strength would become incomparably powerful. However, he was unable to use his own martial skills. Everything could only be left to fate. With a furious roar, Endless Sunset's body began to change. It was like a giant scorpion standing there, ferocious and terrifying. Ha ha ha, I'm out. A strange voice came from the huge scorpion's mouth. It was very ear-piercing. Hearing this, the Xingtian sect's martial artists frowned. Die, brat! The giant scorpion stared at Ling Xiao, let out a strange cry, and then pounced over. The insect demon and the martial artist were one and the same. If the martial artist died, the insect demon would also die. Therefore, although the insect demon did not want to fight Ling Xiao, it had no choice. If he didn't kill Ling Xiao, then Endless Sunset would die. I thought the Falling Dawn sect had some sort of trump card. So this is it. Do you think you're the only one who can transform? Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. Then he transformed into his Hell Shadow Rabbit Beast Soul. His figure disappeared in front of everyone. Hell Shadow Strike. In the next moment, a cold voice bloomed in the void. People were shocked to find that a sword light pierced through and cut the giant scorpion in half. Endless Sunset returned to his original form, but he was on the verge of death. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Even if he was possessed by the insect demon, he could not resist at all. This caused Endless Sunset to sink into the greatest despair. In fact, he did not know that if Ling Xiao wanted to, he could become even stronger. The infinite heavenly rat beast soul transformation, the sky tyrant martial soul, and the divine elixir were all Ling Xiao's trump cards. Not to mention the terrifying army in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. After fighting for so long, Ling Xiao only used his Hell Shadow Rabbit Beast soul transformation at the last attack. The rest of the time, he did not transform. This showed how big the gap was between Endless Sunset and him. This is simply abnormal. You're scolding the Supreme Sect Master? No, this is indeed too abnormal. Every single person from the Magnificent Heaven sect felt like they were dreaming. Although Ling Xiao had given them a lot of surprises and shocks, they were still in a daze. But after witnessing Ling Xiao's brutal attack, they were still confused. Die! Ling Xiao raised his sword and walked towards Endless Sunset. Right at this moment, Endless Sunset had lost all of his strength to continue fighting. It could even be said that even breathing had become difficult. But if a divine core warrior couldn't be killed, it was still possible for him to come back to life. Therefore, Ling Xiao would never let this tiger return to its mountain. You can't kill me. I'm the young sect master of the Falling Sunset sect. If you kill me, the 3 superpowers will join hands and attack the Magnificent Heaven sect. At that time, you'll be dead for sure. You can't protect the magnificent heaven sect by yourself." Luo Xia Boundless shouted weakly. "Are you begging for your life? Too bad. You'll never be able to see the magnificent heaven sect." Ling Xiao swung his sword and chopped off Endless Sunset's head. Endless Sunset's inner core was also devoured by Jiang Chen with his divine core. Jiang Chen could feel an abundant amount of energy entering the divine core and his cells. He really killed him. The people from the magnificent heaven sect were stunned. As for the people from the Falling Dawn sect, they were terrified. "Get lost, all of you. Today, I'll only kill the main culprit. Bring their bodies back and tell the sect chief of the Falling Dawn sect. Disband the Falling Dawn sect as soon as possible. If not, when I kill my way into the Falling Dawn sect, I'll make him suffer the same fate as his son." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said coldly. The remaining Falling Dawn sect disciples hurriedly carried the dead bodies of Endless Sunset, Shen Luoqiu, and Lin Shaoqian and ran away. They came here in an aggressive manner, and they were extremely arrogant. But in the end, they ran away like cowards. Hilarious, pathetic. After killing Luo Xia Boundless, Ling Xiao had become a stabilizing force in the hearts of the Xingtian sect members. Now, the magnificent heaven sect could finally hold their heads high, although their cultivation had been breaking through non-stop for the past month. But because they had been oppressed for a long time, they were still afraid of the three major forces. But now it was different. Ling Xiao had completely swept away the haze in their hearts. He had made them proud. There was only one word in everyone's heart, and that was awesome. Continue to cultivate. There may be a fierce battle coming up, and I hope that everyone can participate in it. Let's completely sweep away the haze of these years. Ling Xiao was not a nanny. He could deal with those experts. But if the magnificent heaven sect wanted to become strong, whether it was the higher-ups or the disciples, they had to become strong and defend the sect's dignity. We obey the supreme sect chief's decree. Led by Sheng Xingzong, everyone cupped their hands and said loudly, in their eyes, Ling Xiao was no longer a mortal, but a godlike existence. Chapter 38:02. Very good. This Falling Dawn sects, people have a lot of good stuff. Luo Xia's storage ring actually has 3 sets of martial skills written by hand. The strongest is a low-level 4th Order Emperor realm, and the weakest is a low-level 2nd Order Emperor realm. Lin Shaoqian and Shen Luoqiu's storage rings also have good stuff. I don't want these. Take them and cultivate. Ling Xiao didn't care about those things. Since they were spoils of war, he naturally had to give them to Xingtian sect's people to cultivate. Xingtian sect's martial skills had been stolen and destroyed in recent years, especially the fire from before. Almost all of their emperor-grade martial skills were destroyed. Only those martial skills that had been learned had been passed down orally and had been preserved. Unfortunately, there were very few of them. Now, if they could get a few emperor-grade martial skills, they would be thanking the heavens and earth. Thank you, Grand Sect Master. Everyone thanked him again. Ling Xiao had already broken through the air and disappeared in the direction of the pill refining room. Falling Dawn Sect. Sect Master Luo Xia's face was gloomy. Looking at the corpse on the ground, his whole body was trembling violently. The Falling Dawn sect's grand elders and elders had already arrived. There were also many core and inner disciples watching outside. Young sect Master Luo Xia led more than 100 people to Xingtian sect to cause trouble. In the end, Luo Xia, Shen Luoqiu, and Lin Shaoqian were all killed. This was like a nightmare. What happened? Luo Xia looked coldly at Qin Shuzhong, who was still alive. You said you wanted to destroy Xingtian sect. How could it be like this now? Young sect master is dead. Why did you come back alive? Sect master is wise. This little one also didn't know that Shengtian's sect suddenly had a young grand sect master. His strength is too terrifying. Young sect master couldn't even fight back in front of him. Qin Shuzhong hurriedly said he hoped that his good attitude would be able to save his little life. Grand sect master? Luo Xia looked at the others. Those people nodded one after another. Young sect master could only be beaten in front of that person. Where did Shengtian's sect find such an expert? It looks like we can't rely on our Falling Dawn sect alone to take revenge. Men, contact the Sucking Blood sect and the Lion's Roar school. Tell them that this sect master has something important to discuss with them. Yes, someone immediately accepted the order and left. Luo Xia Meng glanced at Qin Shuzhong coldly and suddenly walked forward. You can accompany young sect master in death. Before Qin Shuzhong could react, Luo Xia's palm slammed down, killing Qin Shuzhong on the spot. His two best friends were also killed by Luo Xiameng's subordinates. Listen up. Don't go to the Shengtian sect for the time being. After giving the order, Luo Xianmeng left. Since the Shengtian sect had such a powerful existence, he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Before the people from the other two forces arrived, he had to cultivate steadily for a period of time. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. On this day, 3 groups of people suddenly arrived outside the Shengtian sect. Every group was like a fiend, and they were quite brutal. People of the Shengtian sect, listen up. Get out of the valley and hand over the dragon vein. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving alive. A thunderous roar resounded. It turned out to be a strong man with a lion's head. This man was about 3 meters tall and extremely powerful. He was the sect master of the Lion's Roar sect, Guangshi. There were 2 other groups of people. One group was the Luo Xia sect, led by Luo Xiameng. The other group was the Vampire sect, led by the sect master of the Vampire sect, Guizhu. A few days ago, Luo Xiameng told the other 2 forces about the Shengtian sect situation. After hearing it, they immediately responded. After all, a dragon vein was very important. Moreover, the mission given to them by the bloodthirsty sect was to harass the Shengtian sect and prevent them from growing. Now that the Shengtian sect had started to rise by relying on a young expert, such a thing must not happen. Impudent! You dare to attack my Shengtian sect? Are you not afraid of our Eastern Emperor demon vanquishing array? An elder of the Shengtian sect led a group of disciples to appear and shouted sternly. If it was in the past, he would not have dared to be so confident. But now, the Shengtian sect had Ling Shao overseeing it. They were much more confident now. Ha 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 ha, I haven't seen you for a few days, and this group of trash actually dares to talk back. Guangshi laughed loudly. Men, kill him. After his laughter ended, he waved his hand. An expert of the Lion's Roar sect walked out. He directly pounced on the elder. Boom. The elder's strength had also increased by a lot. If it was in the past, he might have died after being attacked by the other party. However, this time he was only pushed back a dozen steps and blood flowed out of his mouth. The injury was not as serious as imagined. Guangshi, Guizhu, and Luo Xiameng were stunned. It seemed that those who had escaped were right. The strength of the Shengtian sect's people seemed to have increased by a lot. They were no longer the trash of the past. Old thing, don't think that you can be so arrogant just because your strength has increased. I will still kill you. The Lion's Roar sect's upper echelon saw that he could not kill the elder of the Shengtian sect and felt embarrassed. He was immediately enraged. The terrifying lion's roar true chi erupted, and his strength instantly skyrocketed. He pounced again. With his current strength, the elder would definitely not be able to stop him. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in the void. There was a pair of demon wings on his back. As soon as he appeared, a terrifying fist energy blasted on the body of the lion's roar sex upper echelon. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. The lion's roar sex upper echelon's body was directly penetrated by the fist and fell to the ground, heavily injured. Shungbul. The upper echelons of the three major forces recognized the person who attacked. It was Shungbul of the Shengtian sect. However, it felt that Shungbul was much stronger than before. At this moment, the people of the Shengtian sect had basically all arrived at the sect's entrance. They formed a tight defense. Only two people had not appeared. One was the supreme sect master, Ling Xiao. The other was his disciple, Sheng Yu. I heard that the Shengtian sect has a new young expert. Could it be you, Shungbul? Luo Xiameng frowned and asked, Of course not. I can't compare to that lord. Shungbul shook his head. Not you? Why hasn't he come out yet? Is he going to be a coward? Kuang Shi furiously roared. There's no need for the Supreme Sect Master to deal with trash like you. We're more than enough. Shungbul said with a grin. Ling Xiao didn't show up, and they all believed that there must be a special reason behind it. No one would think that Ling Xiao was a coward who was hiding and didn't have the guts to come out. Hee, nice words, but too bad. You're all just a bunch of shameless trash. Shungbul, you're indeed strong. But don't forget, there are a total of 7 Fourth Divine Corps warriors from the 3 major forces. You might not even be able to defeat one of them. 7. That's even more ridiculous. Just obediently ask that coward to come out. As long as you give us his nickname, we can consider sparing your lives. Luo Xiameng sneered. Chapter 38:03. Luo Xiameng absolutely believed that with 7 Fourth Divine Corps warriors, it would be a piece of cake for them to deal with the sect chief of the Shengtian sect. The Shengtian sect was going to be destroyed today. Bullshit! Why would the sect chief be afraid of you little rascals? He is in secluded cultivation right now, and when he comes out, it will be the end of you little rascals. Shungbul respected Ling Xiao a lot. After all, it was Ling Xiao who saved him from the heavenly devil, and even gave him a 4th-level emperor martial skill. He even gave him a lot of pills. Shungbul owed him a lot. There was no way he wouldn't return the favor. Fine, I'll start with you today. After I kill you, I don't believe that coward won't show himself. Luo Xiameng walked out from the crowd. Without wasting any time, he charged towards Shungbul. Although Shungbul knew he was no match for Luo Xiameng, he couldn't take a step back today. After all, in the Shengtian sect, besides the sect chief, he was the strongest person. If he didn't attack, who else could? In this battle, he had completely disregarded his own life and death, and used all his techniques to kill himself. In the beginning, he was able to force Luo Xiameng back. After all, Luo Xiameng didn't want to die. Most of the time, he didn't want to fight with force. But in the end, Luo Xiameng was really annoyed. After more than 100 rounds of attacks, he still couldn't defeat Shungbul. Shungbul, since you're courting death, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Bang! A frightening aura emerged from behind him. It was a huge scorpion king with a colorful glow. Compared to Luo Xiameng's scorpion, not only was Luo Xiameng's scorpion bigger, it was also much more ferocious. Die now! Luo Xiameng threw out a punch, causing the entire space to become extremely heavy. Bang! It was as if a huge mountain had crashed into Shungbul. Puff! Even though Shungbul wanted to die together with Luo Xiameng, but in the end, he only managed to push Luo Xiameng 2 steps back, and some blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. As for Shungbul, he was sent flying away and landed on the ground, coughing out blood. Obviously, he was severely injured. Don't think you can be so arrogant just because you're at the mid-fourth divine core realm. Compared to this old man, you're still far inferior. Luo Xia sneered and did not intend to let Sheng Buell go. After all, this Sheng Buell was also a troublesome person. If he was not killed quickly, there would definitely be trouble in the future. Protect the Supreme Elder. Sheng Buell was now the Supreme Elder of Shengtian sect. No matter what he had done in the past, he truly wanted to protect Shengtian sect. Therefore, the people of Shengtian sect were willing to protect him. With Sheng Xingzong as the leader, the higher-ups all stood in front of Sheng Buell. A motley crew. What a joke! Luo Xiaoming didn't take Sheng Xingzong and the others seriously. The terrifying fists waved once again, wanting to smash all these people into meat paste. Boom! Suddenly, a black silhouette attacked. Luo Xia hurriedly retreated in fright. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was a corpse. Supreme Elder. The one who exclaimed was a disciple of the vampire sect. Their Grand Elder concealed himself and headed to the Shengtian sect to destroy the Eastern Emperor Grand Array. But now he had become a corpse. It made them shudder. Welcome, Supreme Sect Master. The people of Shengtian sect saw the person flying in the void. It was their Supreme Sect Master, Ling Xiao. They couldn't help but feel less pressured, although they didn't think that Ling Xiao could drive away the three major forces by himself. But as long as he could make the other party bleed a little, the other party wouldn't dare to fight head-on. In this way, Shengtian sect could also get a chance to breathe. They didn't want to be bullied like fish on a chopping board like before. You must be the Supreme Sect Master who suddenly appeared in Shengtian sect. You look quite young. Luo Xiameng looked at Ling Xiao coldly. He knew that this was the person who killed his son, Luo Xiaowubian. Because of this, he didn't dare to take revenge alone because he was afraid that he would fail miserably. He chose to join forces with the other two major forces, which was a smart choice. But Mad Lion of the Lion's Roar sect and Ghost Duke of the Vampire sect felt that Luo Xiameng was making a big fuss over nothing. In their opinion, Luo Xiaowubian's death might have other secrets. Ling Xiao wasn't the only one who killed Luo Xiaowubian. Sheng Buell might have helped him as well. If two fourth-level Divine Core warriors were to join forces, there was no way they wouldn't die under the endless sunset. This was the only reasonable explanation. That's right. Ling Xiao looked at the men from the three major forces with an indifferent expression. They were all people. There were more than 100,000 of them. If all these people joined Shengtian sect, Shengtian sect's overall strength would skyrocket. Even the strongest sect in Half Demon City, the bloodthirsty sect, wouldn't dare offend them. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Get the hell out of Shengtian sect. What happened here has nothing to do with you. If you're stubborn, I'll kill you. Mad Lion furiously roared. We can't let him go. He killed our Supreme Sect Master. He must die. But Ghost Duke didn't want to let Ling Xiao go. You guys don't have to argue anymore. Since you're all here, none of you will leave here alive. As for the rest of you, if you're willing to pledge your loyalty to Shengtian sect, I won't kill you. Ling Xiao looked at all the men from the three major forces and said with an indifferent expression, "Ha ha ha ha, is this guy joking?" Mad Lion burst out into laughter. He thought Ling Xiao must have lost his mind. That's why he said something so ridiculous. Little bastard, today, your grandpa Mad Lion will show you what true cruelty is. Mad Lion furiously roared. Then a huge lion appeared behind his back. The lion shook its body, then a violent golden beam shot towards Ling Xiao. Kuang Shi intended to kill Ling Xiao the moment he made his move. With that, Shengtian sect was finished. When the golden beam shot towards Ling Xiao, it transformed into a huge lion. Mad Lion himself was right in front of the lion's teeth. His hands formed into sharp claws. Even if it was a huge boulder as tall as a mountain, it would probably crack under the force of this grab. Even if the laws of the four major regions were more stable, Mad Lion's attack wasn't weak at all. At that moment, Ling Xiao directly entered the Yin-Yang Universal Tiger Beast Soul Transformation. Behind him, a huge phantom of a cosmic light tiger appeared. Surprisingly, it was in a confrontation with the gigantic lion shadow. However, Ling Xiao himself wasn't as powerful as Mad Lion. He just coldly smiled and casually raised the sharp blade in his hand, the Blood Supreme Sword. Then, the sword pierced through the air. Boom! The terrifying sword Qi pierced through the void and directly pierced through Mad Lion's fist. It destroyed the huge lion formed by the golden light. Crack! The heavy armor on Mad Lion's body was also penetrated. It directly pierced through Mad Lion's body. This sword had injured Guangshi's internal organs. The sword Qi was tyrannical. Mad Lion was directly sent flying. One sword, and he was seriously injured. This scene was simply like a dream. How could this be? Mad Lion was seriously injured by that guy with one sword. Chapter 3804. The scene of Guangshi being severely wounded by a single sword strike was unbelievable to many people. They were completely dumbfounded. Although Guangshi was only a late 4th Divine Core warrior, he was a half-demon. When he transformed into a half-demon, his combat strength could definitely reach the perfect 4th Divine Core realm. But his opponent had just severely wounded Guangshi with a single sword strike. This was unbelievable. Fury of the Golden Lion, Golden Seal. Guangshi was severely wounded by a single sword strike. The Lion's Roar Sect's Supreme Elder, Elder Jinshi, immediately attacked. His cultivation was the same as Guangshi, but because he was an expert in secret skills, he was much stronger than Guangshi. Therefore, he was much harder to deal with than Guangshi. He then started forming hand seals. Streaks of golden light shrouded Ling Xiao, forming a cage-like existence. It was obvious that he wanted to trap Ling Xiao within. Since they couldn't kill Ling Xiao, trapping Ling Xiao was the best choice. With Elder Jinshi here, that guy will have a hard time. Even a perfect 4th Divine Core warrior won't be able to break the Golden Seal. Also, I don't think that guy is a 4th Divine Core warrior. As long as we can trap him, we'll be able to slaughter the entire Xingtian sect. Don't underestimate Elder Jinshi. The Golden Seal is just the beginning. His most frightening killing strike will come after this. Everyone from the 3 superpowers were discussing amongst themselves. Sure enough, Elder Jinshi made another hand seal, and countless golden lights turned into countless golden arrows. They were aimed at Ling Xiao, who was trapped in the cage. Buddy, since you dared to hurt our sect chief, I'll let you have a taste of having your heart pierced by thousands of arrows. Golden Thunderbolt, kill. Following his order, the tens of thousands of golden arrows flew towards the ceiling cage. The power of these arrows was something that even a perfect 4th Divine Core warrior couldn't withstand. Right now, Ling Xiao was trapped in the cage. There was no way for him to dodge. This was a situation where death was inevitable. However, would Ling Xiao die so easily? Of course not. Right when the thousands of golden beams disappeared, to everyone's surprise, Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. Hell's Shadow Strike. In the next moment, a cold voice sounded out in Elder Jinshi's ears. His entire body quivered. Unfortunately, it was too late. A sharp sword Qi pierced into his heart. Elder Jinshi spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. His injuries were even worse than the berserk lion's. Ling Xiao's figure appeared before everyone's eyes. The Hell Shadow Rabbit was just a shadow. Ordinary seals were meaningless to it. If Ling Xiao wanted to escape, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Unfortunately, that idiot Elder Jean sure didn't know this. He thought that he had trapped Ling Xiao to death. In the blink of an eye, 2 experts from the Lion's Roar School were wounded at the same time, and they had basically lost their fighting strength. Too powerful. This brat's cultivation is clearly not that strong. Luo Xianmeng was somewhat glad that he had made the choice back then. He hadn't come alone to seek revenge on Ling Xiao. Even so, he still found it hard to believe. If Ling Xiao could easily injure Kuang Shi and Elder Jean Shi, then he definitely wouldn't be a match for him. Long live Supreme Sect Leader. Kuang Shi and Elder Jean Shi from the Lion's Roar sect were no match for him. They were defeated so easily. With Supreme Sect Leader here, our magnificent Sky Sect will definitely rise again. In the future, we will take back our homeland and drive the bloodthirsty sect away. Everyone from the magnificent Sky Sect were pleasantly surprised. To them, Ling Xiao's strength was truly unfathomable. It was truly inconceivable. A bunch of trash. You can either surrender now and pledge your loyalty to the magnificent Sky Sect, or you'll all die. Ling Xiao looked at the top echelons of the 3 superpowers and sneered. He was at the critical moment of breaking through to the 4th divine core realm. Only when the top echelons of the 3 superpowers joined forces could they pose a threat to him. With that, the energy in his cultivation ocean would increase even faster. Once he broke through to the 4th divine core realm, he would be able to face the powerful Yu Qilong. He wouldn't be afraid of a fight. Brat, you're too arrogant. Do you really think you can fight all the top echelons of the 3 superpowers by yourself? Gui Zhu stared at Ling Xiao with an indifferent expression. Although Ling Xiao's strength was indeed shocking, but this guy was looking down on them too much. This was unbearable. If they couldn't defeat Ling Xiao today, perhaps the 3 superpowers wouldn't be able to show their faces in front of others in the future. And the bloodthirsty sect would definitely blame them for this. One of the Supreme Sect elders from the Sucking Blood sect had been killed by Ling Xiao. Therefore, only Guizhu and Elder He Yi were left. However, all of them were perfect 4th Divine Core warriors. As for the Falling Dawn sect, there were also 3 perfect 4th Divine Core warriors. Besides Luo Xiaoming, there were also 3 Supreme Sect elders. On the other side, the dying Kuang Shi and Elder Jean Shi had used a forbidden skill. It allowed them to stay in their peak condition for 1 hour. Unless their inner cores were destroyed, they wouldn't die. But after 1 hour, they would definitely die. As such, the 7 great cultivators all stood out and surrounded Ling Xiao. Sheng Xingzong, listen up. Bring all the warriors of the Shengtian sect back to the sect, and don't come out without my permission. This battle was going to be an earth-shattering one. Ling Xiao was worried that he might hurt his own people. That's why he asked them to step back. On the other side, the men from the 3 superpowers had retreated more than 1,000 meters away. A battle between 2 mighty warriors was something they couldn't interfere with. If they tried to interfere, they would only be courting death. This guy is not someone to be trifled with. Don't be careless. Kuang Shi reminded. Humph, once he's dead, the Shengtian sect will be finished. Later, we'll kill them all to vent our anger. Gui Zhu said coldly. All 7 mighty warriors knew that this battle was related to the future of the 3 superpowers and the Shengtian sect. Whoever won this battle would gain a position in the half-demon city. At that time, even the bloodthirsty sect wouldn't dare underestimate them. If they lost, the Shengtian sect would be destroyed. They were now outside the Shengtian sect, so they weren't worried about the Grand Orient Demon Vanquishing Array. After all, the Grand Orient Demon Vanquishing Array couldn't be moved, and they would only be attacked when they entered the Shengtian sect. Kill. Luo Xianmeng was the first to rush towards Ling Xiao. He was the one who started this. If he didn't make a move, the others wouldn't have attacked rashly. Luo Xianmeng was similar to the Golden Lion King. He was also good at using secret techniques. After flying into the air, Luo Xianmeng suddenly released a rosy glow that surrounded everyone. His rosy glow could have an amplifying effect on his own or his allies. It would increase their combat power by about 20 to 30%. Against the enemy, it could weaken their combat power by 20 to 30%. That was why he attacked first. He believed that under such circumstances, their chances of winning would be higher. Oh, interesting. It feels like a domain, but it's obviously more powerful. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. Instead, he was a little surprised. Chapter 38:05. Ling Xiao could feel that in Luo Xiameng's rosy clouds, he seemed to be bound by something. He couldn't use all his strength. However, this kind of power could only reduce his combat strength by 20 to 30% at most. It wasn't too far away. The troublesome thing was that this rosy clouds seemed to be able to increase the strength of all the warriors on Luo Xiameng's side. If one were to calculate this, the difference would be a difference of 40 to 50%. This was definitely not small. Don't forget, if one person's strength increased by 40 to 50%, then the total combat strength of 7 people would probably increase by about 3 times. Even Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. Golden Light Seal. Golden Lion King saw Luo Xiameng's attack and didn't want to fall behind, so he used the Golden Light Seal again. Although this Golden Light Seal was broken by Ling Xiao before. But that was when he was the only opponent. Now, there were 7 people. In an instant, the Golden Light Seal condensed into a golden cage again, trapping Ling Xiao. Let's go together and kill him. Seeing that Ling Xiao was weakened and trapped again, the 7 people who were his opponents all smiled. The beginning of this battle was almost perfect. Ghost Duke and Elder Blackwing of the vampire sect attacked at the same time, turning into countless strange phantom bats. Every single one of these bats was extremely poisonous and incomparably sharp. The lethality was extremely terrifying. Compared to ordinary sword chi, they could continuously cause damage to the enemy. It was very terrifying. After Elder Jean Shur used the Golden Light Seal, he used the Golden Light Seal as a foundation. He used the Golden Lightning. This Golden Lightning was controlled by his own soul power, so it wouldn't affect the attacks of his companions. Wild Lion took a sharp long saber from his back and directly stabbed at Ling Xiao. Although his attack was simple, its power was not weak at all. As for the 2 supreme elders of the Luo Xia sect, they also used their supernatural powers, wanting to take advantage of the fact that Ling Xiao was trapped and kill Ling Xiao on the spot. Luo Xiameng certainly wouldn't fall behind. In addition to the Rosy Clouds domain, countless scorpions flew out from his hand. They crawled towards Ling Xiao. The destructive power of these scorpions was no weaker than those bats. The 7 great warriors worked together, trying to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. They didn't know if Ling Xiao had any other tricks up his sleeves. Therefore, killing Ling Xiao as soon as possible might be the best choice, to avoid any unexpected events. Facing such a ferocious and well-coordinated attack, even a 5th-level Divine Core warrior, an early Golden Core warrior, would be scared witless by this attack. Therefore, in the eyes of the crowd, Ling Xiao would probably not be able to escape this calamity. The people of the Heavens sect. We can't just, I'll go help the Supreme sect. Sheng Buell was anxious. He stood up and wanted to help. Chen's chunt, Xia sect take care of you. No, all of you eyes, I of you young of Chen, as Tuvi said it before, listen to my orders. Divine Jiang Chen's twos to, of course, Luo, T's divine, S of divine system of S of test, they were pleasantly surprised. Since Ling Xiao still had the time to talk, it meant that Ling Xiao was fine. It was just as they had expected. Facing such a powerful opponent, Ling Xiao's expression was still calm. You guys can unleash the rainbow domain. Do you think I can't do the same? Bloodthirsty plague. Unleash. With a sneer, the blood-red plague instantly filled the entire sky. The originally seven-colored light had now turned blood-red. The 7 great warriors who were attacking suddenly felt their qi and blood stagnate, and they felt extremely uncomfortable. Taking this opportunity, Ling Xiao swung the blood sovereign sword in his hand. A terrifying attack was unleashed. Blood shadow sword art, bloodlight clone slash. The power of this attack had reached the level of a high-grade 4th order Emperor martial skill. However, none of the 7 great warriors had a martial skill of the same level. Plus, they were affected by the bloodthirsty plague. With this attack, Ling Xiao had destroyed all the bindings. He actually has a high-grade 4th order Emperor martial skill. In Half-Demon City, other than the bloodthirsty sect, no one else has such a martial skill. The Golden Lion King felt his golden light seal being destroyed again. He shouted in horror. Let's not talk about this martial skill. What are these blood-red things? They're too difficult to deal with. Kuang Shi felt extremely uncomfortable. It wasn't just his qi and blood, but also his soul. They had no choice but to circulate their qi and consume nearly 40% of their qi to suppress the bloodthirsty plague. In this way, the increase in their strength was completely offset. Once again, both sides were back to the same starting line. Ling Xiao, who had broken out of the trap, smiled faintly and looked at Elder Golden Lion and Kuang Shi. You said you won't die, right? I'll start with the 2 of you. Those who deserve to die should die obediently. Don't waste your time here. Whoosh! Ling Xiao's figure suddenly flashed. In an instant, he disappeared from the spot. Blood Shadow Kill. Although this move was only a low-grade 4th order Emperor martial skill, it was fast enough. The move was also strange enough. As long as Ling Xiao used it, ordinary people wouldn't be able to dodge. They could only block. But no one knew who Ling Xiao's target was. He said he would kill Kuang Shi and Elder Golden Lion first. But who would dare to believe such words? Therefore, the 7 of them hurriedly circulated their qi to defend themselves. They didn't even think of protecting Kuang Shi and Elder Golden Lion. Qi. In the next moment, Elder Golden Lion saw Ling Xiao's sword. He desperately tried to block, but he still couldn't block it. He had just raised his weapon when Ling Xiao's sword pierced through his dantian. At this time, his biggest weakness was his internal core. Although his body could survive, but if his internal core was destroyed, he wouldn't be able to survive. The blood sovereign sword was pulled out, and Elder Golden Lion's internal core was stabbed into it. The internal core instantly dissipated, and energy flowed into Ling Xiao's body through the blood sovereign sword. In the next moment, Ling Xiao's body disappeared again. I don't want to die. Elder Golden Lion's last consciousness began to blur. His body began to fall apart. At this moment, even if a golden immortal descended, it would be impossible to save him. Phantom kill. The cold voice sounded again. And this time, Ling Xiao appeared in front of Kuang Shi. He said that he would kill Elder Golden Lion and Kuang Shi first, and he really did so. Bastard, I'll kill you. Kuang Shi was furious. He was actually treated as a soft persimmon. Moreover, Elder Golden Lion had died in battle, so he had to take revenge. Clang! The broadsword in his hand actually blocked Ling Xiao's attack. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. Not bad, as expected of a half-demon who likes to fight in close combat. Unfortunately, I want to kill you, and everything you do will be in vain. Multiple shadow kill. Suddenly, his body turned into several phantoms. Every phantom was incomparably real. Every sword stabbed towards Kuang Shi's dantian. It was just that the positions were different. Kuang Shi hesitated for a moment because he didn't know which one to block. In the end, his dantian was also pierced. The internal core disappeared. Chapter 3806. The Lion's Roar sect is finished. Although the Lion's Roar sect still had other great warriors, the only fourth divine core warriors were Wild Lion King and Elder Golden Lion. With both of them dead, the Lion's Roar sect was nothing in front of the Xingtian sect. Sheng Buell alone was more than enough to wipe out the Lion's Roar sect. Luo Xiaming, it's your Falling Dawn sect's turn now. Are you ready? After killing Wild Lion, Ling Xiao didn't stop. He turned around and leapt towards Luo Xiaming and the two Supreme Elders standing next to him. Don't let him kill us one by one. Let's work together. Luo Xiaming became anxious. If this continued, all 7 of them would be killed one by one, because none of them were a match for Ling Xiao. Only by working together would they have a chance to survive. Little thief, don't be so arrogant. Gui Ju and Elder Black Wing arrived next to Luo Xiaming. They thought Luo Xiaming was right. If they fought alone, they would be killed one by one. Only by working together would they have a chance to survive. Hee, are you going to stand together and let me kill you all? Divine Ice Dragon, Freezing Dragon Breath. Behind Ling Xiao, a divine dragon that looked like an ice sculpture suddenly appeared. The divine dragon opened its huge mouth and spat out a cold breath. In just a split second, the 2 Supreme Elders from the Falling Dawn sect had been frozen into ice sculptures. The other 3 were very cunning. When they realized the danger they were in, they abandoned their own men and gained a brief moment of respite. Crack! 2 ice sculptures fell onto the ground and shattered into pieces. Within the ice sculptures, something blood-red could be seen. The 2 Supreme Elders from the Falling Dawn sect were so pitiful. They never thought they would die in such a cowardly manner. They also never thought that Luo Xiaming would abandon them at the last moment. Damn it, Blood-Red Cloud! Luo Xiaming knew that since Ling Xiao had killed 2 Supreme Elders from the Falling Dawn sect, Ling Xiao would definitely attack him. In a hurry, Luo Xiaming hastily unleashed his escaping skill and prepared to run away. You know what? I hate guys like you who run away from a fight the most. Ling Xiao took out his arcane bow. There were 3 arrows placed on it. Frost arrows, flame arrow, transparent arrow. The 3 arrows were shot in order. The first sword froze Luo Xiaming for a moment. Just as the ice was about to melt, the second sword attack came, burning Luo Xiaming to the point that he couldn't care about anything else. The third arrow pierced through Luo Xiaming's throat. Luo Xiaming's death was even more humiliating than the 2 Grand Elders of the Falling Dawn sect. He wanted to escape at the last moment, but he was still killed in the end. Dark Storm. Right at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Elder Blackwing had already arrived behind Ling Xiao. A terrifying aura was released from his body. A black storm rushed towards Ling Xiao's body. This storm was extremely powerful and could destroy anything in its path. Even if he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, he had to severely injure Ling Xiao. Although this move of yours is powerful and beautiful, there is no one to cover for you. You're courting death. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly turned into a blood-red lightning bolt. He dodged the black storm and arrived behind Elder Blackwing. He didn't use any special moves. He just stabbed his sword into Elder Blackwing's dantian. After breaking through to the Divine Core realm, Ling Xiao realized that the inner core was the key to killing a warrior. Therefore, during this period of time, he had been choosing to kill his enemies with the dantian, not the throat. How can he be so fast? This was Elder Blackwing's last thought before he lost consciousness. Damn it! How dare you hurt my father? Elder Blackwing was Guiju's father. As a half-demon, he had witnessed his father being killed. Guiju instantly forgot about his fear. Both of his eyes turned blood red, his body transformed into a huge bat, and he charged towards Ling Xiao. He was fighting with his life on the line. Ling Xiao was caught off guard and was slapped to the ground by Elder Blackwing's claw. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. "TSK Tisk, he's injured. Looks like I shouldn't have underestimated my enemy." Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. With a sneer, he lightly stomped on the ground, and his body shot out like a cannonball. Since Elder Blackwing wanted to fight him head-on, he would fulfill his wish. His body entered the form of a demonic beast. He transformed into a ferocious, everlasting, heavenly rat. Flapping his wings, he engaged in a fierce battle with Guiju in the sky. Sparks flew everywhere in the sky. An everlasting heavenly rat and a huge bat. It didn't look like a battle between warriors at all. Instead, it looked more like a battle between demon beasts. Neither side dodged the other's attacks. Both sides were attacking each other's vital points. However, in terms of the strength of his body, Ling Xiao was much stronger. After a brief moment, Guiju fell to the ground and turned into a dead bat. Since then, all 7 great warriors from the 3 superpowers had been killed by Ling Xiao. People from the 3 superpowers, listen up. Now is the time for you to make your choice. Pledge your loyalty to the Xingtian sect, or choose death. Since he wanted to solve this problem, he had to solve it thoroughly. After all, Ling Xiao couldn't stay here for long. Therefore, these 3 superpowers had to either pledge their allegiance to him or be killed. We surrender. After thinking for a moment, someone finally stood up and surrendered. With one person taking the lead, the rest followed suit. The rest were basically the backbone of the 3 superpowers. But there were only about 10 of them. I don't believe that you dare to kill us all. If you provoke the bloodthirsty sect, your Xingtian sect will be finished too. One of those people shouted with certainty. He seemed to be certain that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to kill him. So much nonsense. People of the Xingtian sect, listen up. Kill them. There was no need for him to kill these pieces of trash. It was time for the people of the Xingtian sect to do something. Yes, the people of the Xingtian sect were now absolutely obedient to Ling Xiao's orders. If he gave the order, those people wouldn't hesitate at all. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so people who refused to surrender were killed. Soul Catcher. After subduing hundreds of thousands of people, Ling Xiao naturally didn't dare to be careless. He directly used Soul Catcher to control these people's minds. If these people dared to betray him, as long as he willed it, their souls would shatter and they would die. This was also his gift to the Xingtian sect. Sheng Buell, Sheng Xingzong, Wang Huairen, listen up. I order the 3 of you to each lead a team to the 3 superpowers and snatch all their good things. Killing people wasn't the goal, but obtaining resources was. The 3 superpowers had a lot of inventory over the years. This was a huge benefit to the development of the Xingtian sect. On this day, the Xingtian sect could finally hold their heads high. The past days of being a coward were completely over. I don't care about the rest. You guys solve it yourselves. I'm going back to cultivate. In the battle with the 7 experts, just now, Ling Xiao had gained some insights. He wanted to strike while the iron was hot and turn those insights into his own strength. As for those trivial matters, the people of the Xingtian sect would solve it themselves. He didn't want to waste time. Chapter 3807. I still can't break through. Looks like I have to find something exciting to do. Ling Xiao decided to leave the Xingtian sect for a while. But before he left for the safety of the Xingtian sect, he had to do something. For example, he had been collecting materials during this period of time in order to perfect and modify the Eastern Emperor Demon slaying formation. This would allow it to take effect for a longer period of time. Although its power might be slightly weaker, it wouldn't be much of a difference. But it could ensure the safety of the Xingtian sect for a long period of time, allowing the Xingtian sect's warriors to focus on their cultivation. After destroying the three superpowers, Jiang Chun had gathered all the materials he needed. Therefore, he gathered Sheng Buell, Sheng Xingzong, Wang Huairan, and the three Supreme Elders. He told them, "I'm going to the bloodthirsty forest. I'm going to prepare for my breakthrough. During this period of time, all you need to do is to supervise everyone in the sect to focus on their cultivation. We don't lack any resources right now. Martial skills, energy stones, and energy, we have plenty of them. Hide your strength and bide your time. Everyone go into secluded cultivation. As for any intruders with my modified Eastern Emperor Demon slaying formation, even a 5th-tier Divine Core warrior won't dare intrude." "Don't worry, Supreme Sect Chief. We can't always be under your protection," Sheng Buell said. "And there's one more thing. Sheng Yu is still in secluded cultivation. Try not to disturb him. If anything happens, try to wait until I'm back." Ling Xiao stood up and looked towards the direction of the bloodthirsty forest. It was boring to bully weaklings all the time, and it wouldn't help him break through. He still needed to challenge some powerful existences. The reason why the bloodthirsty sect was so arrogant was because of the 6th-tier Divine Core bloodthirsty demon king in the bloodthirsty forest. Once he found a way to kill that demon, the bloodthirsty sect wouldn't be able to be so arrogant anymore. This was cultivation, and also the last thing he would do for the Xingtian sect. The future development of the Xingtian sect would depend on themselves. "Supreme Sect Chief, take care." Everyone bowed and sent Jiang Chen off. Ling Xiao nodded his head. Without wasting any time, he turned into a bolt of lightning and left. When he left, the Eastern Emperor Demon slaying formation was activated. The bloodthirsty forest was a place that both the Purple Mansion Great Country and the Iron and Blood Great Country feared. In the end, in the profound world, monster beasts were still the absolute majority. It was just that demonic beasts were not as intelligent as martial artists, so under normal circumstances, they would not form a huge force. It would be easy for martial artists to defeat them one by one. However, the bloodthirsty jungle was a special place. The bloodthirsty demon king had gained sentience and was able to control the demonic beasts in the bloodthirsty forest. This caused the bloodthirsty jungle to become a forbidden area for the martial artists of the two countries. Normally, those who weren't at least at the 4th Divine Core realm wouldn't dare enter this place. The bloodthirsty forest was extremely large, no less than the Purple Mansion Country and the Iron and Blood Country. To this day, no one was able to confirm the number of demonic beasts that lived there. However, it was said that there were at least 1 billion of them. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the bloodthirsty forest, he could feel that he was being watched. The smell of blood wafted out from the forest, as if it wanted to scare him out of the forest. This terrifying, murderous aura could disturb a person's mind. If a person didn't have a powerful soul, even if he wasn't attacked by demonic beasts, he would still be killed. Just by living in this murderous aura for a short period of time, he would be struck by the murderous aura and go crazy. Even the plants in the bloodthirsty jungle gave people a gloomy feeling. Even the tree trunks were blood red in color. Demonic energy filled the air. Walking alone in the forest, he could feel that he was being watched. However, Ling Xiao had nothing to be afraid of. With his strength, as long as he didn't enter the core area of the bloodthirsty jungle, he wouldn't be in any danger. Even if he did encounter the bloodthirsty Demon King, he still had a way to escape. If worst came to worst, he could just unleash the divine flames and burn down the entire bloodthirsty jungle. He didn't believe that the bloodthirsty Demon King wasn't afraid of him. The deeper he went, the stronger the murderous aura became. Ling Xiao finally understood why so many martial artists didn't dare enter this place recklessly. This terrifying place was really full of danger. However, the murderous aura wasn't harmful to Ling Xiao. Instead, it could stimulate his potential. It could help him break through as soon as possible. After the battle with the 7 experts, his cultivation C energy had increased by 30%. Although it wasn't much, it was still an improvement. At this time, although it was noon, it was no different from night in the bloodthirsty jungle. The trees that covered the sky completely blocked the sunlight. Along the way, Ling Xiao encountered several sneak attacks from demonic beasts, but he himself did not make a move. Instead, he released the ancient Dongsheng Emperor's puppet beast to help him fight. He had no interest in these ordinary demonic beasts. Killing them would only be a waste of time. At the same time, somewhere about a mile away, a group of people was frantically fleeing. There were about 30 of them. Looking at their clothes, they should be demonic beast hunters. The treasures of demonic beasts could be exchanged for money in the half-demon city. These people were probably specialized in this kind of thing. Whether it was alchemy, making puppets, or making talismans, the materials of demonic beasts could be used. Now, each of their faces was filled with fear. Obviously, they had encountered trouble. Some of them had terrifying scars on their bodies. They weren't injured by humans, but by demonic beasts. At the back of the group was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was the strongest person in the group. At this time, he was fleeing while releasing attacks and talismans behind him. He seemed to be stalling for time, because after every attack, he would shout at the group in front of him to run. They were probably being chased by something really terrifying. "Father, you should run too." The one at the front was a young man in his 20s. At this time, his body was already covered in scars, but because of his martial arts practice, it didn't affect him much. "Don't worry about me. You guys run and go to the half-demon city. As long as you enter the half-demon city, this demonic beast won't dare to chase you." The middle-aged man roared, "No, that demonic beast is too strong. Father, you can't stop it at all." The young man shook his head. "Yes, leader, you can't die. If you die, our hunter group will be completely destroyed." The rest of the people also shouted, thinking of the terror of that demonic beast. They trembled all over. When they entered the bloodthirsty jungle, there were more than 100 of them. But now, there were only a few dozen people left. The rest were killed by that demonic beast. That bloodthirsty demonic beast had turned their companions into dried corpses. "What a joke, I won't die so easily." The leader said with a loud voice, "You guys should know that I'm a peak first heavenly core warrior. Back in the Purple Kingdom, I was a major of the Purple Kingdom's army. Although that demonic beast is strong, as long as my core isn't broken, I have nothing to fear." Chapter 38:08. The group didn't stop talking when they were talking. That's why they were talking while running. If they just stood there, they would soon be caught up. "Leader, that demon only eats inner cores. Even if you're a divine core warrior, it's useless. Stop talking nonsense. Daddy is the leader. I order all of you to get the hell out of here." The middle-aged man knew how frightening the bloodthirsty demon was. Although they only encountered a second-level divine core bloodthirsty demon this time, it was still very strong. It was still difficult to deal with. If he stayed, he would definitely die. But he couldn't allow the Iron Blood Hunter group to be wiped out here. As long as his son was still alive, there was still hope. Right now, the group was only a few hundred meters away from Ling Xiao. The young man in the front suddenly shouted, "Father, don't panic. I think there's someone over there." All warriors had good eyesight. Also, Ling Xiao was resting not far away from them, and he was roasting a divine vein demon tiger as food. The light from the fire was too eye-catching. Everyone could smell the aroma coming from it. Who is so arrogant? How dare he roast a demon beast in the bloodthirsty forest? Is he not afraid of death? The middle-aged man was startled for a moment, but he was extremely happy. If this man wasn't an idiot, then he must be very strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to do such an idiotic thing. But the middle-aged man felt a little guilty. It wasn't very nice of him to bring trouble to someone else. But before he could make up his mind, the young man had already started dashing in that direction. The rest of the men followed suit. Obviously, these men didn't think there was anything wrong with their actions. The middle-aged man shook his head helplessly. He had no choice but to follow them. When they were about 100 meters away, they saw a very shocking scene. Next to the clear river, there was a house. This house was obviously stored in a storage ring, and they could use it whenever they wanted to rest. It was comfortable, but it was a little too eye-catching. Normally, only those who were very strong dared to do this. If not, the chances of being robbed in the outside world were pretty high. Right now, a bonfire was lit outside the house. A demon tiger that was over 3 meters tall and 5 meters long was placed on top of the bonfire. It had been skinned and cleaned, and its tendons had been pulled out. This demon tiger was a frightening demon beast at the 9th level of the divine vein realm. It was being roasted and eaten. This surprised everyone in the Iron Blood Hunter group. "Everyone, would you like to have some?" The young man controlled the fire and turned around to look at the crowd with a smile. The members of the Iron-Blooded Hunter group looked at each other, feeling somewhat disappointed. From the looks of it, this young man was not even 20 years old. He was so young. How strong could he be? He might not even be as good as their regiment commander. Even their captain wasn't a match for that monster, so it was even more impossible for this young man. "Young man, hurry up and run. A monster is coming. I'm sorry for implicating you." The middle-aged man sighed and hurriedly shouted at Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao didn't seem to hear him at all. He just looked into the distance. The monster's breathing could be heard now. A terrifying demonic aura caused everyone to be terrified. "Leader, don't bother about him. Let's hurry up and leave." He didn't know which family this brat came from, but he was used to being arrogant. That was why he was so impudent. This was the bloodthirsty jungle. His actions were simply courting death. "Let's hurry up and escape." The members of the hunter group hurriedly shouted, "That's right, father. Hurry up and leave. Don't bother about him. The monster is already coming." The young man also shouted, "Who are you people?" Ling Xiao suddenly sat down and cut off a piece of meat from the roasted demon fox. He handed it to the middle-aged man and asked. The middle-aged man shook his head. How could he still be in the mood to eat at this time? "Young man, leave with my son and the rest. I'll block that monster." He stood up and walked towards the monster resolutely. Originally, he hoped that Ling Xiao could help them deal with the monster. However, he was a little disappointed when he saw him. Although he believed that Ling Xiao was definitely not an ordinary person, his strength should be on par with him or even lower. It was impossible to block that monster. He was the one who caused this trouble. He naturally couldn't let this young man die in vain. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, a strange look flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. He smiled slightly and didn't say anything. Instead, he sat there and ate the delicious food. The monsters in the bloodthirsty forest all contained a powerful, murderous aura. It was quite helpful for his strength to increase. Father, don't be foolish. Why are you helping an idiot who you don't even know? He's probably not even 20 years old. He's not even as old as our son. He's courting death by entering the bloodthirsty forest alone. It's better to let him be the bait to lure that monster away. The young man roared at the middle-aged man. He was really concerned about his father, but he was really ruthless to others. He actually tried to use Ling Xiao as bait for the monster. Shut up. Zi Qinghai, have always been open and above board. I will never do something that harms others for my own benefit. However, since this young man is unwilling to leave, you guys go first. I promise you that I'll definitely live. The middle-aged man suddenly roared. At this moment, the monster's roar was getting closer and closer. There was no time to delay. Let's go. The young man finally gritted his teeth. Since his father had already made the decision, he had to do it no matter how unwilling he was. Otherwise, if he delayed any longer, everyone would probably die here. After saying that, he took the lead and rushed out. The others still hesitated for a moment. After all, Zi Qinghai had done them a great favor. They really couldn't bear to leave Zi Qinghai behind. However, the hope of survival eventually drowned out the so-called kindness. Out of the dozens of people, only 7 remained. The rest had all fled. People nowadays really don't know how to be grateful. They abandoned their benefactor so easily. They knew that you would die, but they were unwilling to stay and help you, especially that son of yours. He's too disappointing. Seeing the dozens of people leave, Ling Xiao stood up. That monster tiger had already completely turned into bones. He did not know how Ling Xiao ate it. I volunteered. Zi Qinghai said, "Young man, you should leave too." Volunteered. Even if you volunteered, they should have knocked you out and taken you away. If we had to escape, we would have escaped together instead of leaving you alone to face danger. Besides, everyone knows that you can't stop that monster at all. Sooner or later, all of you will die. Even so, they were still unwilling to risk their lives for you. Instead, they chose the illusory hope of escaping. If you don't have a heart of gratitude, it's the same no matter how much you say. As Ling Xiao spoke, he had already arrived in front of the middle-aged man. Chapter 3809. You guys are lucky. I like you guys, so you don't have to die. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly sounded. The 8 of them, including Zi Qinghai, were a little confused. They didn't know what Ling Xiao meant. Zi Qinghai was about to ask when a fishy wind suddenly blew out from the dense forest. A huge figure appeared indistinctly. A terrifying, murderous aura enveloped this small open space. The surrounding trees were all trembling. Soon, the terrifying monster appeared. Its body wasn't big, but it had a very unique appearance. Its face was like a leech, and it looked very disgusting. But it was much bigger than a leech. Below, it was a human body. Its hands were not human hands, but tentacles with suction cups. Ling Xiao had never seen such a monster since entering the bloodthirsty forest. This was the first time. It was really a little disgusting. If he hadn't seen many strange things in the past, he would have vomited. The bloodthirsty demon is here. Zi Qinghai shouted in horror. The bloodthirsty demon's body exuded a terrifying aura, which made him tremble. Then, the bloodthirsty demon made a strange and unpleasant sound, like a ghost's voice. Yes, it's you guys. You've disturbed my rest. All of you will become my nutrients. Leave quickly. Zi Qinghai suddenly had the courage to grab Ling Xiao's arm and pull it back. Then, he rushed toward the bloodthirsty demon. He was actually not weak. But he couldn't face the bloodthirsty demon. He waved the blade in his hand with all his might, but he could only cut off one of the bloodthirsty demon's tentacles. But the bloodthirsty demon had already wrapped around his body, and the suction cup was aimed at his forehead. It wanted to suck away all of his blood and brain matter. Leader! The 7 people who were left behind looked at each other. In the end, they gritted their teeth and pounced forward. Monster, we'll fight it out with you. They were saved by their leader. If their leader died, they were willing to die with him. Perhaps this was a little stupid, but they didn't care. Right at this moment, a blood-red sword light suddenly shot past them. They didn't have time to react to what was going on. The monster's head had been split open, the tentacles softened, and threw Zi Qinghai onto the ground. Soon after, the raging fire burned, and the bloodthirsty demon let out a terrified cry from within the flames. It turned into a pile of black ash. It's him. Zi Qinghai turned his head and saw that the house in the forest had been put away at some point. The young man from earlier had long disappeared without a trace. I only saw a sword light, and that bloodthirsty demon was actually killed. He's too strong. One of the warriors said excitedly, "That's a true hidden swordsman. He's so strong. I think he's at least a 2nd Divine Core warrior." Another person said, "Fortunately, we didn't offend him. Otherwise, even if he didn't attack us, he wouldn't help us." The third person heaved a sigh of relief. "Let's go. Let's hurry up and catch up with the main group." Zi Qinghai took a deep look at the bloodthirsty forest. Then he bowed deeply and called for the 7 of them to leave. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already reached the depths of the bloodthirsty forest. After killing the bloodthirsty demon, he realized that there was something strange about this bloodthirsty forest. These bloodthirsty demons obviously weren't formed naturally. They were modified by humans. There were records of bloodthirsty demons in the ancient era as well, but they were much stronger than those trash. They could even transform into beautiful human forms. No matter what the reason is, it has nothing to do with me for now. This is just the outer perimeter, but I've already met an early 2nd Divine Core bloodthirsty demon. I think the deeper I go, the stronger the demons I'll meet. I'd better get closer first, and try not to provoke those existences that I shouldn't. After thinking about this, Ling Xiao slowed down his speed. He was here to cultivate, not to throw away his life. It would never be wrong to be a little more cautious. "Disciple, I feel like those bloodthirsty demons are transformed from humans." Yuan Venerate's voice suddenly sounded out. "Humans?" Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. "That's right. They must have been infected by some evil technique. This place is very strange. You must be careful. If not, the Eastern Victory superpower would never allow a place like this to exist. Although the bloodthirsty demon king is strong, he is only at the 6th Divine Core realm. The Eastern Victory superpower has a 9th Divine Core warrior. It's not hard to kill him. But why is he still alive?" Yuan Venerate analyzed. "Master's words make sense. I understand now." Ling Xiao nodded his head. Then he immediately transformed into the Hell Shadow Rabbit. Caution is the parent of safety. If the bloodthirsty forest was really controlled by some intelligent monster, the powerful bloodthirsty demon king might not be hiding in the deepest part of the forest. If he suddenly appeared, he would be caught off guard. Using the Hell Shadow Rabbit to transform into the Shadow Warrior form was the safest option. Perfect. In order to cultivate the Blood Devil Seal, I'll need 3,000 demon cores from demon beasts at the 4th Divine Core realm and above. It's best to get demon beasts like the bloodthirsty demons that love fresh blood and have a strong killing intent. This way, the Blood Devil Seal will be even more powerful. Following the breakthrough in his cultivation, Ling Xiao started studying the Blood Devil Seal. It turned out that the Blood Devil Seal wasn't really a 6th Order Emperor Realm Martial skill. Although it was a 6th Order Emperor Realm Martial skill, whether it was a 6th Order Emperor Realm Martial skill or a High Order Emperor Realm Martial skill, depended on the quality and quantity of materials used. The stronger the killing intent, the better the effect of cultivating the Blood Devil Seal. The bloodthirsty demons were the perfect demon beasts for cultivating the Blood Devil Seal. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with the result. According to the ancient emperor's understanding of the Blood Devil Seal, he only needed one early 6th Order Divine Core Demon Core. Then, he would be able to cultivate the 6th Order Emperor Realm Blood Devil Seal, with 3,000 demon cores at the 4th Order Divine Core Realm. This mission wasn't simple at all. But Ling Xiao always believed that he had good luck. Right now, his priority was to get the 3,000 demon cores from the bloodthirsty demons. After thinking about this, he immediately increased his speed. Since he was in his Shadow Warrior form, he wouldn't be discovered by any demon beasts. As long as he didn't attack or do anything else, he would be fine. Ling Xiao wouldn't touch most of the demon beasts. Only when he encountered bloodthirsty demons at the 4th Order Divine Core Realm or demon beasts with strong killing intent like the bloodthirsty demons. Then, he would suddenly unleash a sword skill and kill them with a single strike. After killing them, he would immediately leave. If there was someone watching from the side, they would definitely notice a strange phenomenon. All the bloodthirsty demons in the bloodthirsty forest had suddenly died. Their demon cores and demon cores had been taken away by someone, but they couldn't see who it was. This was why Ling Xiao was so frightening. If he wanted to, any demon beasts or warriors below the 4th Order Divine Core Realm would be nothing in front of him.